Chapter 379. What reward do you want for your contribution? Ginny asked. I wish to obtain the permission to use the void dragon bones, Han Shao said. Ginny nodded. Hire is in charge of the warehouse. I'll talk to him and give you a limited amount of void dragon materials. Hire was in charge of logistics, so all rare materials had to be approved by him. Han Zhao's request was very normal, so Hire naturally would not reject it. Han Shao was overjoyed. Void dragon materials were priceless and could not even be bought. They could be considered as a faction specialty. It was true that those closest to the water enjoyed the benefits first. No matter if he sold them or kept them to build his own machinery, void dragon materials would be very useful. After Han Shao left, Ginny leaned back in her chair and murmured, Black Star, Han Shao, is not the kind of guy who will tremble under Aim's power. He has a lot of secrets, claims to be a diviner, and all his subordinates are immortal. Such power, if there are more of them, sigh. Although such a person is a capable assistant, I don't know if it's a good thing. After a pause, Ginny's brows relaxed. Never mind, it doesn't matter who he is. As long as Ames is still there, it's enough to suppress all unexpected factors. Walking out of the building, Han Xiaoxin was very happy. He had gained a lot this time, so he planned to take a good shower and then go to the warehouse to get the materials and count the benefits. Suddenly, he had an idea, and a possibility appeared in his mind. Darkstar's target is the 2 dead silvers. If I were them, the clue of the silvers would be broken. The next step would be to find other people involved. Therefore, there's a high chance that Darkstar will look for the slave dealer who escorted the silvers. Han Shao realized this and immediately changed his direction to the dock. He quickly disguised himself on the way, took off his recognizable mechanical suit and weapons, and put on the simulator mask. He secretly rejoiced that he had realized this in time. It had only been an hour since the attack, and there was a high chance that Ashes and the others would be hiding for a while. This was the perfect opportunity for him to seize the initiative and figure out Darkstar's intentions. Let me see what Darkstar wants. Han Zhao's lips curled up, revealing a smirk. At the same time, on a certain street in the outer streets of Floating Dragon Island, Ashes and the others were hiding in the shadows between the houses. The aircraft flew past them, but they did not see them. Ashes and the others had escaped the detection range and were basically safe. This operation was a blunder, and the expressions of the task force were not good. Ashes suppressed his annoyance and ordered in a deep voice. There's no time to lose. Let's find that slave trader and complete the mission as soon as possible. Don't stay on Floating Dragon Island for too long. A mechanic who was good at electronics said, We've found the information. That slave trader is called Peggy. He's staying at Floating Dragon Dock. All right, he hasn't left Floating Dragon Island yet. This is very beneficial to us. Ashes was energized and led the group toward the dock. He had a feeling that Peggy definitely knew the whereabouts of the secret message bead. The number of spaceships docked at the dock was much fewer than before, and the formation was sparse. There were 2 reasons for this. First, there had been too much turbulence in the past few days. During the previous battle at the dock, Ames had made a move and frightened many brutes. They had left in a hurry and did not dare to stay, fearing that they would be punished. Second, the route of Floating Dragon Island was about to pass through the border of the 2 civilizations in the Jellic Star cluster. This was a sensitive area where conflicts often occurred. Energy detection buoys and patrol fleets were everywhere, and the alert level was extremely high. If they left Floating Dragon Island in this area, the danger factor would greatly increase. The patrol fleets would not be stingy with their cannons to get rid of a group of wanted criminals. So many people chose to leave before that. Peggy had the same idea and was prepared to leave Floating Dragon Island. Although he had lost a large amount of income from being betrayed by Horlade, there were still other slaves on the ship. He sold them to other individual customers to make up for the cost of this trip. However, he did not make any profit, so one could imagine how unhappy he was. Therefore, an hour ago, when Peggy heard that Horlade's slave market had been bombed, he laughed like a 200-pound fatty, not hiding his gloating at all. That profiteer, he deserves to lose everything. Peggy was in a rare mood. His legs were on the control panel of the captain's room, and his eyes moved as he murmured, the silvers were rescued again. What a pity, if only I could rob them. Then he shook his head. This possibility only existed in his imagination. He fully understood that the silvers were a hot potato now. Other than the mercenaries, they were also coveted by other unknown forces. This pool was very deep. As a group of slave traders, he did not have the ability to intervene. He did not have the hobby of committing suicide. Just the last time he met Han Xiao, he had almost been beaten in a snake soup. Now that he thought about it, Peggy still had a lingering fear of that black, thick, and hard mechanical suit warrior. Start the engine, let's go. Several pilots operated manually. The bottom of the spaceship spewed out flames and was about to leave the fixed track of the dock. At this time, the spaceship system sent a notification from the dock. Attention all captains, we are about to encounter a large group of meteorites in front. Countdown of 3 minutes. At that time, the protective shield will be fully opened, and no spaceships are allowed to enter or exit. Please be aware of this. A radar observation image appeared on the screen. A large number of dense-colored blocks were approaching at high speed. They were all meteorites. Under such circumstances, it was too dangerous for a spaceship to move alone. Peggy quickly asked people to turn off the engine and stay behind. He would rely on Floating Dragon's protective ability to survive this wave of meteorites before making a decision. The golden shield was activated. Floating Dragon Island used to be able to see the universe through the man-made atmosphere. But now, the sky was completely covered in gold. The entire Floating Dragon Island turned into a rugby ball-shaped golden sphere. The plasma energy core was operating at the highest efficiency, and high-energy light arcs shot out from the surface of the golden shield from time to time. It was like a bait thrown by a star or a jumping python. The group of meteorites came head-on, covering the sky and the earth. They were of different sizes, and the largest one was about 1/3 of the size of the floating island. Floating Dragon Island rushed in head-on. Countless meteorites hit the golden shield, creating circles of golden ripples. The energy waves created by the collision spread far and wide in the universe, leaving behind traces. On the floating island, there was an obvious vibration on the ground. Han Xiao happened to come to the dock at this time. He changed his outfit, took off his mechanical suit, and put on a hooded black robe that he bought from a shop on the street. He looked very mysterious. He changed his face with the simulation mask, so no one could recognize him. Coming to Peggy's spaceship port, Han Xiao turned on the communicator, searched for the nearby channels, found Peggy's number, and sent a communication request. To put it in a more down-to-earth way, it would be easier to understand. He did not add Peggy as a friend, so he could only search for people nearby. After a while, the communication was accepted. Peggy's face appeared on the screen. He asked in confusion, "Why are you looking for me?" "I have something to ask you about the silvers." Peggy's heart tightened. He originally decided not to interfere with the silvers, but he did not expect to be involved. He calmed himself down and asked, "Who are you?" "Dark Star." Han Xiao lowered his voice. He had deeper considerations to replace Dark Star. Peggy's expression suddenly became weird. His first reaction was disbelief. This stranger, who came out of nowhere, was not a hybrid Godora. He felt like he was just using Dark Star as an excuse, just like the silver who was thrown out of the spaceship. After all, Dark Star was quite famous in the Shattered Star Ring. Many people liked to use it to scare others. "Do you have evidence?" Peggy was skeptical. Han Xiao pretended to be tough and said coldly, "I'm the one asking you now. The 2 silvers you threw out of the spaceship have something we want. As for my identity, I don't need to prove it to you. As long as you try to reject me, you will naturally know whether the person who erased you is Dark Star or not. Of course, if you cooperate, I can pay some money for this information." Because of the limited information, Han Xiao only said the 4 points that he had guessed before. However, it was a lucky hit. In order to survive, the carrier revealed the fact that he was Dark Star's emissary, and only a few people, including Peggy, knew about this. Peggy did not believe it at first, but when he heard what Han Xiao said, he immediately thought of the bead. Connecting the 2 party statements, most of them matched, and he was shocked. "What the F***? That that Silver can't really be Darkstar's emissary, right? He really came to me? Peggy's doubts were mostly dispelled. He was both nervous and excited. In his mind, Darkstar was the great pioneer who saved Godora. He had hit the jackpot this time. However, he killed Darkstar's emissary. Would there be a problem? Chapter 380. After hesitating for a while, Peggy felt that it was better to believe it than not, so he said truthfully, "A Silver claimed to be a messenger from Darkstar. I found a black bead on him. I didn't know what it was, but I thought it was a treasure, so I took it with me. However, a few days ago, I lost the bead during the battle at the dock. It might have been picked up by someone. Because the bead was not with him, there was no loss in telling the truth. The other party was probably a Darkstar. Not to mention that he was his idol, just based on Darkstar's style of doing things. If he refused to disclose the information, the consequences would be predictable. According to the risk assessment, compromise was the safest." Han Shao narrowed his eyes. "Bead? What is that? Why have I not heard of this in my previous life? Is it a hidden plot?" Han Shaoxin's heart moved. It seemed possible. Darkstar sent Ash's representative with great importance. Maybe it was a large-scale secret mission that no one had triggered in his previous life. "You are very cooperative. I will pay a certain reward for the information." "There is no need for the reward. I just want to join Darkstar." Peggy rubbed his hands and said. Hearing this, Han Shao suddenly understood. No wonder Peggy did not bargain before the information was revealed. It turned out that he was a potential supporter of Darkstar. Back then, when he saw that Peggy was a mixed-blood Godora, Han Shao had a guess. He chose to replace Darkstar's name, not only to cause trouble, but also to try his luck, and he actually won. In fact, the reasoning was not difficult. Peggy was a mixed-blood Godora and a wanted criminal who did not tolerate order, so his political orientation was more likely to support Darkstar. Han Shao dared to use the name of Darkstar because he considered that Ashes would hide his true identity in order to keep it secret. Even if Ashes came to ask first, he would use another identity. If he used the identity of a mercenary, Peggy would definitely hate them. He might not get the information and might even expose himself. With a cough, Han Shao pretended to be serious. "I can see your conviction. You are a god or a person with a sense of awareness. Our great cause needs hot-blooded people like you." Without waiting for Peggy to be happy, Han Shao changed the topic. "However, we have strict screening procedures for newcomers to prevent spies from sneaking in. It just so happens that I need your help with something. There is another force on this floating island that is secretly competing with us for this pearl. Before me, has anyone asked the same question as me? No. That's good. We're one step ahead of them. This is your chance to contribute to the organization. Later, they'll probably come to you and ask you the same question as I did. Just tell them that the bead has been thrown into outer space." Han Shao held back his laughter and said, "After you complete this task, Darkstar will accept you at the right time and take you to a secret base to receive formal training." "I understand." Peggy was convinced, and his expression was solemn. He did not expect the pool of silvers to be so deep. He could not help but be curious about the secret of that pearl that would attract a major force to secretly compete for it. At the same time, Peggy was also annoyed. If he had noticed the extraordinariness of the pearl at that time, he might have been able to obtain greater benefits and would not have done such a thing. However, it was too late to regret now. After ending the communication, Han Shao turned around and left the dock. He waited until there was no one around before changing back to his original outfit. So what Darkstar wants is a black pearl, but its whereabouts are unknown. Although there were gains, the information was still very little. If he followed the normal method, the clues would have ended there. However, Han Shao did not take the normal path. "Since I know what the target is, I'll try using the Destiny's Child card. Hopefully, it'll be worth it." Han Shao decided to use the prediction card. At least, he had to know what the target was. Although Peggy's information was scarce, it happened to meet the conditions. "You have used character summon card, Destiny's Child. Number of uses / the familiar hazy fog appeared like a scene from a dream." Han Zhao's gaze passed through the fog, and a black pearl appeared in front of him. It was caught in a palm. Looking up along the arm, a handsome face was fixed in Han Zhao's eyes. After a full 2 seconds, the image shattered and returned to the original environment, as if he had experienced an illusion. Liga. Han Zhao's eyes widened. He really did not expect that the pearl would be picked up by a player, and by this naughty kid at that. No wonder it was not given to him. Just 20 minutes after Han Zhao left, Ashes arrived late, rushed to the dock, and found Peggy. Peggy remembered Han Zhao's instructions, and his expression changed slightly. As expected, Darkstar's competitor came so quickly. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm a mercenary, and my employer is a silver. The captives have been saved, and you're no longer our enemy. Now, I have something to ask you. Did you kill 2 silvers? We want to know the details, and for that, I can pay a certain amount of information." Ashes chose to pretend to be a mercenary. Only mercenaries knew about the 2 dead silvers, so it was reasonable to ask about his motive. Otherwise, it would be easy to arouse suspicion and be reported as the murderer who attacked the slave market. In his impression, he had not been exposed, and no one knew about their identity as Darkstar. However, his choice happened to form a coincidence. Han Zhao and Ashes mysteriously swapped identities. Peggy believed it even more. He thought that Han Zhao was Darkstar, and Ashes, who really belonged to Darkstar, was regarded as the enemy of Darkstar. What was more coincidental was that because everyone only had a part of the information, Peggy and Ashes were kept in the dark. Only Han Zhao could barely see the truth. His trick made the 2 of them deviate from the path to the truth. "You're a mercenary?" Peggy's eyes were filled with hatred. "It was the mercenary who made him lose a lot of money. And you still want information? If it wasn't for Darkstar's order, I wouldn't even care about you." Ashes said at the right time. "As long as you're willing to answer, I can pay 50,000 for the information to make up for your loss. This is a lot of money." Darkstar was rich. Ashes directly transferred 10,000 as a deposit and was confident that he could make Peggy talk. Even though Peggy was not a money grubber, he was shocked by this generous offer. He did not look like a mercenary at all. He rolled his eyes, pretended to be moved by the money, and talked about the process of capturing the silvers, only hiding the secret message bead as a test. Sure enough, Ashes heard until the end and found that the information he wanted was missing. He had to point out the target and said, "Did you find a black bead on those 2? "What bead? I've never seen it before. I threw them out of the spaceship and didn't bother to waste time searching them. The thing you said is probably also floating in the universe." Peggy sneered in his heart and lied according to Han Zhao's order. Ash's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. This was the worst result. If the carrier's body was accidentally captured by a star, the secret message bead would also be destroyed. If it was attracted by a black hole, it would not be found at all. "By the way, did anyone ask you the same question?" Ashes suddenly asked. "No." Peggy immediately denied. Ashes frowned, transferred the rest of the reward to Peggy, and left with a heavy heart. At this point, the clues had been cut off. Their task force could not be used, so they could only report to the headquarters. In the spaceship, Peggy looked at the dark communication screen and smiled with anticipation. Joining Darkstar had always been his goal. Because Darkstar was too mysterious, he had never had the chance to come in contact with it. But now, the opportunity he had been dreaming of fell from the sky. Peggy was secretly excited. "I made a contribution to Darkstar. After waiting for so long, I finally got the chance. I can finally join Darkstar." Near the ruins of the slave market, the players did not need to return to the guards. They temporarily settled the 3 Volga brothers in Erosia. Everyone surrounded Erosia like crazy bees and butterflies. Erosia's beauty was off the charts, and she was also a great beauty who had lost her memory. With Pork Bun as the representative, most of the male players' hormones were overflowing. They were very excited and chatted with Erosia one after another. Erosia had a calm expression that said, "Anything is fine." She did not have much interest in the things around her, and just replied to them casually. On the side, the gods of the various clubs remained reserved and stayed far away, chatting with each other. Find a bead. Mission introduction. Some time ago, Black Star lost a black bead. If someone can find it and get it to him, they will receive his reward. Mission requirements. turn the black bead, additional, appearance, reward. EXP, plus Black Star Mercenary Favorability, X Sunil NCO Class Armor. Chapter 381. All the players were in an uproar, their faces filled with astonishment. How did you trigger the mission? Poor Bun was confused. It should be a sudden mission, but why did Han Xiao only realize that he lost something important now? Maple Moon pinched her chin and pondered. Unfortunately, the other players were focused on different things. They did not ask for the reason, only the reward. It's NCO class armor. Second Prince's eyes lit up. This was one level higher than their enlistee class armor. Everyone wanted it. A competitive mission. How Tion's expression froze. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble. He turned around and saw Frenzied Blade jump out without hesitation. The ground cracked under his feet, and he was as fast as a wild rabbit. He immediately went to look for clues without wasting any time. Only Li Ji's reaction was different from the others. His eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. The black bead, isn't that the one in my hand? So Han Xiao is the special character triggered by the bead. Li Ge naturally had this thought. The bead was in his hand. Did that mean that he had fulfilled the mission requirement? No one knew that he had gotten it first. All the other competitors were destined to work for nothing. His feeling was great. A strong sense of joy exploded in his heart. Looking at the players around him, Li Ge felt a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Han Xiao rushed back. Just as the others were about to ask him what happened, Li Ge pushed the crowd aside, took out his precious bead, and handed it to Han Xiao. Black Star, this seems to be something you lost, Li Ge said. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He took the bead and said happily, Aya, how did you know this is my treasure? I lost it a few days ago. I didn't expect you to pick it up. You're really lucky. You helped me a lot. Let me think. Your armor is a little damaged. How about this? I'll give you a new set of armor as a reward. A satisfied smile appeared on Li Ji's handsome face. The other players were in stark contrast to Li Ge. Their faces were all stiff. What the hell? The mission ended right after it started? What's the point of competing? What a waste of emotions. All kinds of annoyance, speechlessness, annoyance, and envy gathered on Li Ge. Enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, Li Ge shrugged and said, You're just jealous. Seeing this, Han Xiao played with the beads and smiled without saying anything, other than the actual reward. As long as Li Ge felt that he had an advantage over the others, he would voluntarily hand over the bead. These were the characteristics that Han Xiao had learned from Li Ji's past behavior. Tailoring this mission for Li Ge made him feel like he had taken advantage of the situation. Therefore, Li Ge obediently handed over the bead. Even his pride had been predicted by Han Xiao. He was still in the dark and gloating. Han Xiao walked to the side and checked the notification on the interface. You have obtained an unknown item. You can give it to a special person for a high reward, or you can take it for appraisal. The description of the bead was still the same. Han Xiao looked at the bead. It was dark and glossy. Magic radiance flashed on its surface from time to time. He quickly sorted through the memories in his mind. It's a magic item. Is this some kind of energy gem? An enchantment ball? Well, it doesn't look like either. Since Dark Star values it so much, this bead should be more precious. Maybe it's a secret message bead? Han Xiao thought to himself. The secret message bead was equivalent to an advanced safe in the magic category. It could only be opened with a special password. The security mechanism was a precise sealing magic array. The circuits of the magic array formed a maze-like lock. Only the password could trigger the array eye. It was very complicated. Of course, since there was a safety mechanism, there was a corresponding way to break the safety mechanism. Using a large magic array deconstructor to analyze the magic lock, or manually unlocking it with a high-level mage to pry open the secret message bead. What's important is not the bead, but what's inside, Han Xiao guessed. Originally, he thought that the bead would trigger the hidden mission, but it seemed like the secret message bead was just a prerequisite. He would not be able to guess Darkstar's purpose with just one bead. Only by taking out what was inside would he be able to unlock the next step. The description of the item said that there were two ways to use it. One was to give it to a special character. The Ge had no clue, but Han Xiao was different. Darkstar or God Aura were most likely special characters. He could use the bead to exchange for rewards and decide which side he was on. If he appraised it, he should get a hidden mission. No matter which one he chose, the initiative was in his hands. Han Xiao smiled and felt very comfortable. At first, he was only hired to rescue the silvers. He did not expect that after so many twists and turns, not only did he join Floating Dragon Island, but he also ruined Darkstar's plan. Now that the secret message bead was in his hands, Darkstar was misled by the wrong information and was already eliminated. The result was good. In the prison of Floating Dragon Island, the people of the three mercenary groups were either sitting or lying down, resting in their cells. After such a long wait, the topic was already dry. There was no point in arguing about whether Black Star could complete the mission. Anyway, they could only be spectators, and everything depended on Han Xiao. Although Goa said that she wanted to trust him, everyone subconsciously thought that Han Xiao did not have a chance. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was silent. The footsteps approached, and everyone thought that it was the patrolling guards. Unexpectedly, the person stopped in front of the cell and said, "Everyone, I've completed the mission." This voice is Black Star? Goa, Serene, Porter, and the others looked up and saw Han Xiao standing outside the cell with a smile on his face. "You saved the silvers?" Porter jumped in front of the bars, stared at Han Xiao, and said in disbelief. Serene interrupted. His tone was confused, but also had some expectation. He asked, "You're not joking, right?" Hearing that, Han Xiao took out his communicator. He had just contacted the employer, and the employer was very surprised to know that their comrade was saved again. Han Xiao saved them from losing a lot of money, and the employer was not stingy with his words of praise, praising him to the skies. Han Xiao naturally did not know that there was a debate within the employer. The captain who chose to trust was the happiest and felt that Han Xiao did not disappoint him. The people who doubted him before had nothing to say, especially the employer who suspected that Han Xiao and Horlade were in cahoots to scam money. They felt extremely ashamed. The employer personally confirmed that their comrade was saved by Han Xiao. The hundreds of mercenaries suddenly stood up with shock on their faces. Most of the mercenaries did not have much hope at first. When they were captured, they could not do anything, so they gave the mission to Han Xiao and asked him to do it in the nick of time. However, Han Xiao really succeeded, and everyone was moved. Goa clenched her fists, and her eyes were bright. "You did not disappoint us." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and complained, "Is that so? You guys are acting like you didn't have any expectations for me before." The mercenaries scratched their heads embarrassedly. Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold, the three famous armies. When they joined this mission, although Black Star was their teammate and they did not show it on their faces, they felt a sense of superiority in their hearts. In the eyes of most of the mercenaries, Han Zhao's team was a dispensable addition. However, it was the person they looked down on who completed the mission alone when everyone else was helpless. All the mercenaries were shocked. After being happy for a while, everyone controlled their emotions. Serene asked about what happened, and Han Xiao picked out the relevant parts and told them. Things like Darkstar were naturally hidden, and the mercenaries listened quietly. After he finished, Serene shook his head and said, Horlade thought that he was a rare commodity and wanted to use his comrade to blackmail the silvers. It was a good idea, but he ended up losing everything. This is greed, Han Xiao nodded. Horlade originally had many choices, but his appetite was too big. If he could sell the silvers earlier, he would not have been targeted. It could only be said that greed was close to poverty. It was all because of the Black Star mercenaries hiding that the mission was successfully completed. The mercenaries recognized Black Star's ability and were impressed. Other than informing his comrades, Han Xiao also wanted to ask when they would be released. Our army's upper echelons paid the compensation and are rushing to Floating Dragon Island. When they arrive, we'll be free. Probably in a few days, Goa said. A few days, that's good. Han Xiao nodded. The good stuff was in his hands, and the mission was finally completed. He wanted to leave with the 3 mercenary groups and go back to complete the mission. He wanted to get 2 types of advancement knowledge from the Silvers to form compression technology. Only then could he be considered to have stepped into the new mechanic level. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He did not want to stay on Floating Dragon Island forever. Being trapped in one place was not good for the development of the mercenary group. His own faction was the foundation of the blueprint. Although Floating Dragon Island had many benefits, the opportunities were limited. It was far from being as vast as the universe. However, Han Ishao could not give up on the Floating Dragon Island faction. He hoped to submit the application and do field activities. This was the best of both worlds. There are still a few days left. Hopefully, I can convince Ames. After Han Shao left, the prison was no longer as dull as before. It was filled with a happy and relaxed atmosphere. The mercenaries had one less thing on their minds and were in a good mood. Serene and Porter were thinking about the same thing. I wonder if Black Star will still be a mercenary in the future. His team is very capable, and he has Floating Dragon as his background. He is no longer that small mercenary group without any background. After this incident is over, I'll apply to the upper echelons to form a partnership with the Black Star mercenary. I can't let Sky Ring monopolize Black Star. In order to allow the floating island to travel freely in the universe, Ames had equipped it with top-grade equipment. It used the shield generator of the Enlightenment-class main ship of the Radiant Federation and the plasma engine of the Horn-class assault ship of the Red Empire. Its long-distance performance was extremely good. Ames had used her own influence to buy these equipment. Even so, it had cost an astronomical price. Floating Dragon Island passed through the meteorites without any danger. Many spaceships took off immediately and left before the floating island entered the border of the 2 civilizations. A few days later, Peggy's spaceship had already left Floating Dragon Island and was slowly sailing in a desolate star zone. There were no stars there, only dead gray and black planets. Suddenly, the dark space in front of them wrinkled, and an object hundreds of times larger than Peggy's spaceship came out of its stealth state and blocked in front of Peggy's spaceship. The size comparison was like a soybean and a watermelon. This object was tall and black. Its shape was not a streamlined airfoil, but a shape made up of the bottom of 2 isosceles trapezoidal weights. It was like a prism, thick and full, with golden lines hidden in the darkness. This was not a normal spaceship, but a medium-sized mothership of Dark Star, similar to a mobile base. It contained a large number of battleships, and a mothership represented a fleet. Dark Star did not have a fixed base. All the bases were motherships that were invisible and mobile all year round, moving around everywhere. That was why they were so mysterious and difficult to contact. No one could grasp the location of Dark Star. They were in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The scavengers on the ship were shocked and confused, discussing among themselves. Seeing this, Peggy was overjoyed. Dark Star did not go back on their words. They came to accept me. NT. Chapter 382. At this moment, Peggy thought that the Dark Star mothership had specially come to accept him. For him, Dark Star actually made such a big scene. He felt the importance of Dark Star and was moved to tears. He could not wait to shed his blood the next moment. 2 small capture ships detached from the Dark Star mothership and surrounded Peggy's spaceship, facing each other from a distance, shooting cone-shaped gravitational capture rays at each other, forming a net, grabbing Peggy's spaceship and bringing it to the mothership. Peggy turned off the system warning and cooperated obediently. The spaceship inserted into the connection channel, and the mothership's captain waited at the entrance of the channel with his troops. Just as he was about to use his ability to tear open the door of the spaceship, Peggy opened the door and walked out himself. Looking at the uniformed Dark Star God aura, he was excited. Finally found the organization. Peggy's tone was excited. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Dark Star warriors originally had a cold face, but now they could not help but look at each other with a blank face. This was the first time they had seen the target not only not resist, but also take the initiative to cooperate, as if he was home. This person was not afraid of death. Courageous. The captain nodded approvingly, then waved his hand and shouted, "Capture him." The Darkstar warriors swarmed up, and Peggy was pressed to the ground and disarmed. Thinking that this was the welcoming ceremony of Darkstar, he said loudly and confidently, "Don't worry, don't doubt my loyalty. I will definitely not resist." The subordinate said with a sad face, "Boss, I think they're serious." Peggy glared at him angrily. "Shut up. Well, you know, this is a way to test loyalty." Hearing this, the Darkstar warrior holding Peggy could not help but sigh. If only everyone could cooperate like you. How much trouble would that save? The scavengers were taken to the prison and tied to the black metal execution posts. The captain paced and said coldly, "I need you to answer my question honestly. Among the silvers you captured, one of them carried something we need, a black bead. Where did that bead go?" Although Ashes had obtained the answer, Darkstar was never one to listen to one side of the story. It was not the principle of a terrorist organization to give up easily. After Ashes reported to the headquarters, this Darkstar mothership on standby in the Fawnstar system immediately jumped over and intercepted Peggy. Their first target was Peggy's spaceship route recorder. They would start searching from the route where the silvers were dropped to save time. The second was to interrogate Peggy. Darkstar believed that torture could get more information than normal questioning. He believed that pain could make people honest. Peggy was stunned. "Didn't you ask me?" "Indeed, I want you to say it again." "You," the captain subconsciously replied. But then he suddenly paused, and his expression changed dramatically. Wait a minute. He thought that Peggy was referring to Ashes, but on second thought, Ashes was using the identity of a mercenary. How could Peggy recognize that Ashes was a member of Darkstar? Ashes, who was listening at the side, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could it be exposed? I didn't reveal any flaws. How did you know that the person who asked was a member of Darkstar? The captain grabbed Peggy's neck and slowly increased his strength. Peggy's face turned purple, and he could barely breathe. The person who asked claimed to be a Darkstar emissary. Cough, cough, cough. Ashes frowned. "Captain Sirota, let go. He's about to be strangled to death. Let him tell the whole story." Captain Sirota stepped back, and Peggy coughed loudly as if he was going to cough out his lungs. He finally realized that something was wrong. With a hoarse voice, he repeated with fear, "The mysterious hooded man who claimed to be a Darkstar emissary was the first to find me. His goal was also the black bead. I told him the whereabouts. I've always admired you guys, and he promised to let me join Darkstar. Then, he said that later, another force would also come to ask about the bead. He asked me to deceive the next group of people. Not long after, a man who claimed to be a mercenary came. I sent him away according to the Darkstar emissary's explanation. A man who claimed to be a mercenary? Isn't that me?" Ashes came back to his senses, and his face became as ugly as excrement. His tone suddenly turned cold. "So you lied to me?" Peggy's expression changed drastically. "What? You're the guy who claimed to be a mercenary? You guys are Darkstar, and that Darkstar emissary is a fake." Sirota and Ash's expressions became serious. The situation suddenly became complicated. It turned out that another mysterious force was also eyeing the secret message bead, and they even dared to use the name of Darkstar to cheat others. They were really tired of living. This was a provocation to Darkstar. Once they were found out, they would definitely make this force suffer a fate worse than death. Then the question was, what was the mysterious force's background? Why did they know the truth about the secret message bead? Was their real goal the product in the bead, or was it to destroy Darkstar's plan? Were they here for the money, or were they Darkstar's enemies? Ashes was confident that he didn't give himself away, so he was puzzled. Which part of the plan had gone wrong? He thought he was the hunter, but the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There was also a pair of eyes staring at them from the shadows, hiding deeper than Darkstar. It made his hair stand on end. More mysteries appeared, and things became more difficult. The first thing that came to mind was the traitor of the organization. If he wasn't a member of the organization, how did he know so much secret information? Then, Where's the real whereabouts of the bead? I'm not sure, but I didn't throw it into outer space, but carried it with me. I lost it during the battle on Floating Dragon Island. Ash's expression was cold. That mysterious force wanted to mislead Darkstar. If they hadn't wanted to kill them, they would have been fooled. Thinking about the actions of that mysterious force, their methods were strict and bold. They knew that they were competing with Darkstar, but they still dared to impersonate Darkstar. They guessed their intention to keep it a secret, grasped the psychology of each party, and finally misled Peggy and Darkstar. They almost succeeded. This careful thinking made Ashes wary. Just a little bit more. Since it wasn't thrown into outer space, it's easy. Go and investigate all the forces involved in the chaotic battle. No matter what method you use, pry open their mouths. One of them must have picked up the secret message bead. It's impossible that there weren't any eyewitness reports. Sirota ordered. Some of the wanted criminals have already left Floating Dragon Island and need to be intercepted by the mothership. Leave those who are still on Floating Dragon Island to me. Ashes suppressed the anger of being played, and his tone was cold. While looking for the whereabouts of the secret message bead, ask about that mysterious force, Sirota added. I know. Ashes frowned. Although he agreed, he really had no clue about the mysterious force. Then, what about me? Peggy was no longer as confident as before. He was a little flustered, but he felt that he should have done something for Darkstar by telling them the information and finding the hidden enemy. Sirota glanced at him and waved his hand. The surrounding Darkstar warriors raised their light rifles and aimed at the execution pillar. All the scavengers were shocked. They struggled and hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. This is just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to lie to you. Darkstar is my idol. My wish has always been to fight for the cause of the hybrids. Please let me join you, Peggy explained loudly while trembling. You really want to contribute to Darkstar? Sirota's eyes flashed. Yes, Darkstar is my belief. I'm willing to do anything for you. Peggy hurriedly revealed his true feelings and expressed his loyalty. Very good. To us, you're more useful dead than alive. Darkstar thanks you for your contribution, Sirota said with a cold smile. Silencing people was the biggest purpose of Darkstar's trip. The fewer outsiders who knew about the whereabouts of the secret message bead, the better. The light rifles shot out lasers, and the scavengers were hit with melted wounds one by one. Their screams reached the peak first. Then they quickly weakened and lost their breath. The lasers were magnified in front of their eyes, and their vision became white. Peggy opened his eyes wide and screamed. No! Wounds covered his whole body. Peggy's head tilted, and his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Chapter 383. 2 days later, the cooling storage box was opened, and liquid nitrogen, cold air flowed out. High-Earth's appendages operated the metal pliers and took out 10 test tubes filled with silver potions. This was a gene potion made from the spinal fluid of the Void Dragon race. The Void Dragon had a strong vitality, and their corpses and spinal cords were still active even after death. They would only disappear completely after a few hundred years. By extracting the active factors, it could be made into a great tonic that could strengthen one's body. Most creatures could consume it, including humans. 10 sets of refined Void Dragon marrow. These cute little things are yours. Higher's sharp teeth moved, and the translator translated into bug language. The substantial reward that Floating Dragon gave Han Shao was 50 kilograms of Void Dragon bone and 10 sets of dragon marrow. It was originally 100 kilograms of Void Dragon bone, but he had specially requested for half of the Void Dragon bone to be replaced with dragon marrow. The effect of the Void Dragon marrow was to permanently increase one's attributes without any side effects. It was extremely precious to the players. Picking up a tube of dragon marrow, Han Shao observed it carefully. The density was not as dense as mercury, and it was translucent and light silver. The potion was very pure and had a little bit of starlight. The item notification was triggered as soon as he touched it. After confirming that there was no mistake, Han Shao loaded it into the injection gun and injected a tube of dragon marrow into his blood vessels. You have used refined Void Dragon Marrow, high concentration 42, 2%, plus 3 STR, plus 4 End, plus 2 Cha. Han Xiao did not stop there and injected another 2 tubes of potion. The random increase of the attributes of the high concentration potion was higher, and after 3 consecutive injections, he gained plus 8 STR, plus 2 Yendi, and plus 2 CHA. Potions that permanently increased attributes usually had a limit, and the Void Dragon Marrow could only increase attributes 3 times before it lost its effect. However, although it would not increase attributes after 3 times, there was a hidden effect. If he continued to use it, and the dosage reached a certain level, he would gain a talent called Void Genes. On the surface, it only increased his speed and dodging rate, but the real benefit was that it would affect his choice during his race evolution. In his previous life, this was the result of a coincidence. One had to know that the Void Dragon Marrow was very rare, and it would not have any effect after 3 uses. Most people would not waste it. Han Xiao could not help but thank that rich tycoon. Otherwise, no one would know this secret. Based on the accumulation of medicinal properties, you'll need about 20 tubes of low concentration. For high concentration, 10 tubes should be enough. Han Xiaoxin calculated and injected more and more dragon marrow into his body. As more and more silver medicine mixed into his blood, he felt waves of palpitations. Some parts of his body started to change, and the silver light in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Higher, said in surprise, hiss, hiss, hiss. Oh, sorry, the translator just dropped. You're injecting too often. Aren't you afraid of genetic mutations? You should know when to stop. Han Xiao shook his head, indicating that he was fine. What he wanted was a genetic mutation. After injecting the 7th syringe, Han Xiao's body stiffened. A complicated feeling of coldness and heat exploded in his body. His feet were unsteady, and he staggered. His back hit the shelf, and he gasped for breath. His brows were furrowed so tightly that they could almost kill a fly. He gritted his teeth. All the nerve endings in his body were transmitting the excruciating pain to his brain. Every blood vessel was throbbing and bulging. You have received talent, Void Genes. After a while, the pain lessened. It felt like a century had passed. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he touched a bulge. It felt a little hard, like a scale. He took out a mirror and looked at it. His pupils became silver, and there did not seem to be any abnormalities between his eyebrows. However, he clearly touched a diamond-shaped skin that had hardened. When he activated his energy, the cells in his body became active. This diamond-shaped skin turned from flesh to bright silver. It was very obvious. Whoa, Guanjianku Erlang Xian. Han Xiao was amazed. Not only did this silver mark not ruin his handsomeness, it even made him look more fashionable. If it shone a little brighter, he would be able to imitate Solar Fist. This was a new organ produced by genetic mutation, and it was also a change brought by Void Genes. It could be used to increase one's perception of space. Han Xiao had obtained this molding talent a long time ago, and it had accompanied him through all kinds of dangers. The last time, he had injected another type of genetic agent. This time, the Void Dragon Marrow had allowed this BSS molding talent to evolve again. The conversion ratio between END and HP had increased from 5 to 30, doubling it and giving him an additional 25% resistance. This was a complete surprise. Players could not have molding talents. This was the first time Han Xiao knew that molding talents could be upgraded. His maximum HP had increased by more than 4,000, which was equivalent to 1/3 of his original HP. I've left a trail of dust behind me on the path of meat and will never return. Han Xiao's eyes lit up as he speculated. More precious genetic agents can increase the level of enhanced life force. If you want to level up, you have to inject more genetic agents into your body. However, genetic agents can't be used carelessly. Otherwise, it will cause a rejection reaction that will cause gene mutation or even gene collapse. The best choice must be something like this that has no side effects. This discovery gave Han Xiao a new idea. and his need for molding talents became even more urgent. Unfortunately, it was not something that could be obtained just because he wanted it. He kept the remaining 3 dragon marrow. This kind of precious item could be used as a favorability bait. He set a ridiculously high price for it, and let the players work for him wholeheartedly. After putting away the materials, his communicator rang, and Ginny requested a call. Black Star, Her Excellency Ames is looking for you. A new virtual holographic screen popped up on the communicator, and Ames's delicate face appeared. Her body floated directly in the vacuum of a universe, surrounded by a force field for protection. Behind her, countless rays of light surged and seemed to fill up every inch of space. It was no less than the scene of a galactic fleet firing lasers at the same time. It seemed like she was fighting a strong enemy. However, all the rays of light were bounced off by an invisible force field barrier and bombarded onto a desolate planet below. It was obvious that the battle had lasted for a while. 1/10 of the desolate planet had collapsed, like an apple that had been bitten. The broken meteorites and dust swirled around the planet, mixing with the escaping gas and forming a cloud ring. It was estimated that the planet would have died billions of years earlier if the battle had continued for a while. No, this should be called a young man dying prematurely, and a beautiful woman had a short life. With just a glance, Han Xiao could confirm that Ames was fighting with another beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. In less than 3 days, the Galactic News would definitely broadcast the following content: frowny face, Shattered Star Ring news. 2 supers are willfully fighting each other. An innocent planet has met with misfortune. Beyond Grade A supers are maliciously destroying the environment. The Planetary Protection Association strongly condemns. Today's Planet Code cancellation list. Speaking of which, it seems like because of my news, Ames was in a bad mood and found someone to fight. What a pity for a young planet. Han Zhao's eyes twitched. He coughed and asked, "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, what mission do you have for me?" Ames opened her mouth to speak, but there was only silence. She woke up and controlled her force field to grab a cloud of gas from the planet, creating a large force field to cover herself before speaking. "I heard Ginny's report. Your team has excellent combat ability, so it's a waste to stay on Floating Dragon Island. Anyway, you were originally a mercenary, so I approve of your outside activities. I have a mission for you. You've seen my teacher before, so help me find out more about him," Ames said. He had made a request to Ginny a few days ago, using the excuse that Floating Dragon Island had enough manpower and that it would be a waste for him to stay on Floating Dragon Island. Floating Dragon Island only had 3 management positions: guards, butlers, and logistics. It just so happened that they lacked field troops, and the Undying Black Star mercenary was the best choice. At least they would not have to worry about losses. Ginny felt that it made sense and reported it to Ames. Ames had never doubted the people she used, so she was not worried that Han Xiao would leave her after leaving Floating Dragon Island. Han Xiao's eye sparkled. Not being trapped on Floating Dragon Island was great news, and it would not delay the growth of his mercenary group. Although Floating Dragon Island was good, he had joined because he had no other choice. As long as he could move freely, this problem would be greatly reduced. After finalizing the result, Han Xiaoxin hung up the communication. The upper echelons of the 3 armies would arrive soon, and he would be able to go back with them to hand in the mission. Everything went smoothly today. Han Xiao had a happy expression on his face. Could it be that his luck had finally changed? Orochio was waiting at the door. Han Xiao waved his hand and brought her out of the warehouse. He was worried about letting Orochio run around alone, so he always brought her with him when he was free. They entered an empty street. After walking for a while, Han Zhao's relaxed expression suddenly disappeared, and he frowned. He felt that the atmosphere was weird, so he shielded Orochio behind him and looked around vigilantly. "Your senses are not bad." A person's voice sounded out of nowhere. It had a cold tone of judgment, and it was filled with confidence in his own strength. Han Xiao felt that the voice was familiar. At the same time, hard walls suddenly extended from the ground around them, covering the sky and trapping the 2 of them inside like a cage. The warriors of the Dark Star Task Force appeared and surrounded the two of them. Ashes stood at the front and looked at Han Shao with an expressionless face, as if everything was under his control. Black Star Mercenary Captain, we need your cooperation. Come with us, and you will suffer less if you don't resist. Chapter 384. 2 days ago, Darkstar had killed people and coincidentally saw through Peggy's lie, so they changed their strategy. They did not have to look for a needle in a haystack in the universe. Since the secret message bead had fallen on Floating Dragon, they only needed to lock onto the organizations that had participated in the battle at the docks and find out who had picked up the bead. The mercenaries were the initiators of the battle at the docks and were the focus of attention. Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold were all arrested. Only Han Zhao's Black Star had the power to move around outside. Ashes was not stupid enough to break out of prison, so there was no need to think about it. Han Shao was the best target. That was why this ambush was set up. Capture Black Star, control this mercenary group leader, make him listen to orders, use his identity to get in and out of the prison, and find out if the secret message bead had been picked up by other mercenaries. Originally, the first rule of the Dark Star Task Force Operations Manual was, during field missions, in order to reduce the risk of exposure, try not to use force if you can bribe the target with money, because most of the time, the money spent could be taken back. However, in Darkstar's knowledge, the mysterious organization that was plotting the secret message bead was hidden on Floating Dragon and knew the truth before them. It was very likely that they had contacted the mercenaries before them. After the incident of Peggy's deception, Ashes did not want to be fooled again, so he decided to use force directly. As a member of a large violent terrorist organization, he always had a sense of superiority when facing mercenaries. They were like the god of death hidden in the dark, cool, and stylish. Mercenaries, on the other hand, were like country bumpkins who would do anything for money. They had no beliefs and were not even as good as bounty hunters who specialized in hunting down wanted criminals. It was simply frustrating. For those of us who are out there, we pay attention to style. When he reported his background, the feeling of I'm from Darkstar and I'm a mercenary were completely different. Darkstar's name was feared by countless races. In comparison, although the mercenary industry was extremely large, it was like a plate of loose sand. The difference between good and bad was like the difference between a stone and a sandcastle. If it was a large army, such as Ring or Blades, Darkstar would take them seriously. However, the leader of a mercenary group with a size of 50 people whose strongest was only grade B? Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Who are you? Han Shao narrowed his eyes and asked deliberately. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live a little longer, put away your curiosity and don't ask about our identities. Don't get yourself into trouble. Ashes said indifferently. He thought that Han Shao would be very surprised by the identity of this group of ambushers. However, he did not know that the witness on the night of the slave kidnapping was Han Shao. He thought that this was the first time he had met Black Star, so he tried to be mysterious and put pressure on Black Star. He did not know that Han Shao had already figured out his background. Han Shao looked around. The walls built by Ashes formed a cage like a coliseum. A total of 8 Darkstar warriors surrounded him in the middle. Other than Ember, the other 7 were not weaklings either. The soldiers of the Special Task Force were all grade B supers, and they were all eyeing Han Shao. 7 opponents of the same grade plus Ashes, who was a grade B, were not just 1+1. With the combination of various abilities, Han Shao was not sure how long he could last. Furthermore, he had Orochio with him, so the situation was very dangerous. Han Shao opened a mechanical suit's communication channel, but he could only hear the buzzing sound of electricity. His face darkened. Don't waste your time. There are powerful signal jammers nearby. You can't call for reinforcements. Ash's tone was cold. What he meant was that no one would come to save him even if he screamed himself hoarse. Looks like you think you have me. Han Shao remained calm and said, Anyway, I have nowhere to run. What do you want me to do? Maybe we can discuss it. I don't want to fight a meaningless battle. We want you to ask the mercenaries about the whereabouts of a black bead, Ashes said. Hearing this, Han Zhao's expression did not change. He quickly analyzed in his mind. Looks like Darkstar probably got the truth out of Peggy's mouth. They probably also know that someone is impersonating them and competing for the secret message bead. But they don't know that it's me. The attack this time was not because I was exposed, but because I happened to be one of the targets. This is very important. They don't know that the bead is with me. If they pretend to cooperate and pretend to be polite, they might be able to get away with it. He was more concerned about how Darkstar had unearthed. At this point, it seemed that he was just coincidentally used as a model mercenary. The fact that he was impersonating Darkstar was not exposed. It was not that he could not consider compromising with Darkstar. After all, there was an insidious method called infiltrating the enemy. If handing over the secret message bead could be exchanged for the qualification to join Darkstar, it was also an option. However, the risk was unknown and difficult to measure. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and acted as if he did not know what the bead was. He said, "This is just a small matter. I can help. There's no need to use force." Ashes took out a transparent box containing many sand-sized nanorobot insects. He injected them into the body to control the brain and heart. He could take his life at any time. He said, "After you inject this, we'll talk about cooperation. Looks like I have no other choice." Han Zhao shook his head. The mech instantly attached itself to his body. After injecting nanorobots, his life and death were controlled by others. He could not be at the mercy of others. In that case, there was only one way. Beat them up. Click, click, click. Electromagnetic guns popped out of the mech's grooves one by one. Electric energy burst forth, surrounded by thread-like lightning. Han Zhao not only held the guns with both hands, but the remaining guns were also controlled by energy and fired in all directions. 2-2-2-2. In an instant, bullets flew. The intertwined tracer trajectories of blue lightning spread out with Han Zhao as the center, like a blooming dark blue rose. The battle suddenly erupted. Han Zhao used sliding shots, control vision, to increase his firing speed, and magnetic vision, data flow, to increase his machinery affinity. He even used surge and mechanical force and overload to increase his explosive power. The soldiers of the Darkstar Special Task Force were shocked by this firepower. They all dodged and blocked in different ways. What a waste of time. Ashes controlled the dust to turn into a shield and blocked the bullets with a calm face. To him, as long as the enemy's grade was lower than his, no matter how they fought, it was all for show. As long as they were not immune to his Esper ability, any enemy could be killed instantly. With his Esper ability activated, his sense of touch extended, and his vision changed. Ashes could clearly see the atomic structure of Han Zhao's body. The carbon elements were marked and glowed, spreading all over his body like a river. He was very familiar with controlling these carbon elements. He had done this countless times before. However, Han Zhao's body seemed to have turned into a mountain in a trance. His Esper ability, which had always been successful, actually failed. He could not control the carbon atoms in his body at all. His structure was extremely tight and unshakable. The calmness on Ash's face was instantly broken and replaced by shock. "It's you." Ashes stared at Han Zhao in shock. Chapter 385. You're the culprit who attacked the slave market. Han Zhao also pretended to be shocked, as if he had just recognized Ashes. His acting skills were superb, and the shock in his tone was as real as it could be. According to the information that Darkstar had, he was just an insignificant passerby. Once they fought, they would definitely discover that he was the witness of the hasty fight that night. From Ash's perspective, they had only met once, which was the night of the slave market attack. Therefore, it was normal for him to pretend that he recognized Ash's ability and treat him as the culprit. There was another purpose for this disguise, which was to hide the fact that he knew the truth about Darkstar and avoid suspicion. From the moment of the attack, this series of thoughts had been brewing in Han Zhao's mind. As expected, seeing his surprise, Ashes did not even think that Han Zhao was the mysterious person who discovered the origin of Darkstar. On the night of the attack, due to the area being blackout, both of them were wearing masks and mechas, so they did not know each other's identity. They did not expect to meet each other by accident. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Han Xiao was the first special opponent who was immune to carbon atom deconstruction, despite being of a lower rank than himself. Although it was only a short fight, he left a deep impression on Ashes. He would never forget it. Ashes was shocked. His previous nonchalant attitude was swept away, and his eyes were filled with curiosity and fighting spirit. Last time we fought in a hurry, and there was no clear winner. This time, I'm not in a hurry. The witness was the culprit who exposed the attack, and his real identity was the target this time, Black Star. With the addition of new and old grudges, Ashes was full of fighting spirit and decided to use his strongest ability. Ashes clenched his fist, and the black carbon dust swirled and condensed into a straight double-edged sword. The atomic structure was dense, and it turned into diamond. Although it was very brittle, Ashes could repair it at any time to make up for its shortcomings. It was both strong and tough. Boom! At the same time, countless black dust particles were ejected from ground. They were very small and floated in the air, drilling into the gaps of the mechas. Han Xiao felt the pressure as the enemy's aura increased exponentially. Originally, Ashes thought that taking down Han Xiao would be an easy task, but he found that he was wrong. This was a difficult opponent, so he changed his mind and took out the attitude of facing a strong enemy to face Han Xiao, completely serious. Who? 7 sonic spheres flew out and floated in the air, creating a sound amplification field. Ash's cage had limited space, so it could create an excellent reverberation effect. With the black scythe in hand, the shield of the hovering shield shuttle surrounded his body. His gauntlets, arm gauntlets, and leg gauntlets lit up with red and blue heat. The parts of his body that had been strengthened with the electromagnetic combustion technology last time were at full power. Due to signal interference, Han Xiao could not call for support from afar, so he could only fight in his mechanical suit's normal state. Without any backup equipment, it was extremely disadvantageous for a mechanic. Hide to the side. Han Xiao pushed Hiroshio away and turned his scythe. The electric blade slashed out and hit the wall, but it was not damaged at all. His eyes darkened. The wall was too hard, and he couldn't break out. There was no way out. He could only fight. At this time, the 7 Dark Star warriors unleashed their abilities. The 3 pugilists were like beasts and dragons, charging forward in a triangular formation and surrounding Han Xiao. Bang! The scythes slashed out a full moon and clashed with the 3 of them. The shockwave spread out and reverberated in the cage. Hiroshio was forced to the edge and could only watch from the side. Ashes was extremely curious about Han Xiao's ability to be immune to control. Since he had set up signal interference, Black Star would not be able to call for support, so he had the time to slowly torture Han Xiao. Emergency mission. Support. Mission introduction. Your captain was ambushed by a group of uninvited guests and is in a tough battle. As a member of the mercenary group, remember that your captain is in trouble and support him from all directions. Mission requirements. Hurry to the battlefield and support Black Star. The coordinates are reward. Depends on the speed and number of reinforcements. Consequences of rejection. Minus 300 Black Star. Mercenary favorability. All the players were energized. Ashes' Esper ability was very strong. Not only was he good at close combat, but he could also control countless floating dust particles to turn into spears or tentacles to restrict Han Xiao's movements. So far, the biggest threat was the dust particles that seeped into the gaps of the mechanical suit and changed shape inside, destroying the structure of Amphiptera. At least 1/3 of the damage was dealt by Ashes. The 7 Dark Star warriors cooperated well. The 3 pugilists restrained Han Xiao, throwing punches and kicks at each other ferociously. Of the 2 espers, one could secrete strong acid, and the other could convert cosmic energy and inject special metals into them, causing them to become structurally unstable and turn into explosive bombs. The 2 of them hit at the side and madly attacked Han Xiao. One spat saliva, and the other threw iron balls. There was also a mechanic who was good at electromagnetic interference and AI intrusion. He connected to Amphiptera through his combat suit and wrote a hacking program to interfere with Amphiptera's system, even trying to seize control of it. Han Zhao's AI technology was still in the realm of basic knowledge, so he could only turn off most of the automatic functions and maintain a manual neural link. He stopped probing and analyzing to prevent Amphiptera's system from being breached. This mechanic also controlled several shield generators to block damage for his teammates. The last person was a lightning mage who worked closely with Ashes. He used carbon dust as a bridge to release electric magic, and Ashes turned it into strong conductive graphene to increase the power. He also formed an all-around electric shock to burn down Amphiptera's internal circuits. Bang! 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 Attacks fell on Amphiptera like a storm, and the number of wounds increased rapidly. 7 people of the same level and 1 strong enemy besieged Han Zhao. It was as if he was facing a stormy sea, and it was difficult for him to fight back. Even after activating Snake Demon, he could barely maintain the situation. He wanted to kill the enemy, but he could not. The durability of the mechanical suit dropped rapidly. In just a few minutes, it had dropped to 16%. It was almost destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Han Zhao took a deep breath and poured all his energy into the propulsion device. He twisted at a shocking angle and escaped from the battle like a fish, heading straight for the Esper who was spitting acid. As he approached, Garrett fired a cannon at that mechanic, making him unable to protect himself and unable to control the shield to protect his teammates. Garrett then swung the black scythe and was about to chop down on his head. Explode! Ashes shouted and clenched his fist. Before Han Zhao attacked, he could give the damaged Amphiptera one last blow. In an instant, countless spikes bloomed inside Amphiptera. The mechanical suit was instantly riddled with holes, and it was about to fall apart. At this moment, a blurry white light bloomed, and the Amphiptera that was about to shatter miraculously gathered together. Its energy level was restored to its peak. Machinery continuation. What? Ashes was shocked and surprised. His sure-kill attack had failed to break Han Zhao's combat weapon. It was too late to stop it now. The Acid Esper originally believed that Ashes could stop Han Zhao in time, but he was shocked and could only watch as the cold light of the scythe expanded in his vision. At the same time, we'll burn. Swoosh! A deep black light flashed, and blood splattered everywhere. A hideous scar extended from the top of the Acid Esper's head to his chin, as if it had split his face into 2. The enemy's HP plummeted. Ah! The Acid Esper screamed and fell to the ground, blood spurting out from his face. Before Han Zhao could slash down, Ashes hurriedly blocked him. The next moment, Amphiptera shattered into parts on the ground. The machinery continuation allowed Amphiptera to last for another 5 seconds, and it was this extra time that allowed Han Zhao to slash down and heavily injure one of them. Huff, huff! Han Zhao panted heavily. He had wanted to kill the Acid Esper for a long time, and the Acid Esper kept spitting at him. How disgusting. Ashes' expression was ugly. His subordinate was heavily injured, and it was partly because of his mistake. Anger rose in his heart. However, this was just a pure accident. There would be no suspense in the following battle. Black Star had already reached his limit after holding on for so long. From the moment his mechanical suit shattered, Han Zhao was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and he would not be able to fight back anymore. A mechanic who lost the protection of his mechanical suit would have his combat power reduced by at least half. The battle ends here. I said that you would suffer less if you don't resist, and I'm a man of my word. Ashes' eyes were cold. Are you ready to feel pain? Amphiptera was destroyed, and he could not summon a backup mechanical suit. Han Zhao's body was no longer protected. He glanced at the broken parts on the ground, and his expression did not change at all. He casually placed the black scythe on his shoulder and said, "Don't speak too soon. The battle will only be over when I fall." Chapter 386. The ground was littered with broken parts. The sonic sphere had been shot down, and the shield of the hovering shield shuttle had been destroyed. The black scythe was a melee weapon and was extremely tough. Its blade was wide and could be used as half a shield. This was the only weapon Han Xiao had left. Whoosh! In the cage, the floating carbon dust solidified into sharp spikes. The spikes were aimed at the ground and rained down from the sky. The attack range was extremely wide, sealing off all possible escape routes. If the target was a mechanical suit, this kind of attack would not be able to pose a threat. However, Black Star's armor had been destroyed by him, and a mechanic without any protection was extremely weak. Ashes did not want to kill Han Xiao. After all, he needed to capture him alive. However, he was more than happy to let Han Xiao suffer a little, so he only aimed at the non-fatal parts. Swoosh! The black scythe swung out a cold light and slashed at the spikes. However, with Ash's control, the spikes were endless. Han Xiao tried his best to block those that he could, and those that he could not block, he could only take them head-on. A lightning-like energy appeared on his body to provide energy protection. The spikes only caused some superficial wounds when they hit his body. Ashes casually controlled his Esper ability and attacked Han Xiao while coldly saying, "A mechanic wants to fight like a pugilist. Without any martial arts techniques, your energy is not as thick as a pugilist's, and it's completely different from the energy attribute of a pugilist. If you were a mechanical pugilist, you might have a chance, but you're just a mechanic. How long do you think you can last? Your resistance is pointless. Are you still not going to give up?" There were no blind spots in the battlefield. The other Darkstar warriors were worried about being affected and left the attack range. They stood aside and waited for their captain to subdue Blackstar. After all, Ashes could easily deal with an enemy that had lost its fangs, so there was no need for them to help. The outcome was already decided. Blackstar would not be able to hold on any longer. Losing was only a matter of time, and it would not be too long. Boom! Suddenly, the ground cracked, and Han Xiao sprinted toward the Darkstar mechanic at the side like lightning. He did not block anymore and allowed the sharp spikes to hit him. With a shake of his wrist, the side split into 7 or 8 electromagnetic blades, rotating to form the shape of a drill, surrounded by electric arcs. "Eat my lightning toxic dragon drill." With a roar, Han Xiao broke through the Darkstar mechanic's hastily formed shield and sent him flying far away. This person's combat suit was char black, and the damaged areas were flashing with electric sparks. "Lunatic, you're courting death." The expressions of the other Darkstar warriors changed. In the face of Ash's concentrated attacks, they actually dared to give up on defense and attack. Although they were careless and allowed Han Xiao to succeed, this attack only caused the Darkstar warriors to suffer a small loss. They were all supers of the same level, so how could they be killed so easily? Because of this, Han Xiao was left wide open and received even more attacks. It was a life and death struggle. It seems that you are determined not to compromise. You have a lot of fighting spirit. Ashes praised from the bottom of his heart. He then shook his head and said expressionlessly, "However, resistance is futile. It means that you are at your wit's end and still want to fight your way out. My patience is limited. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll have to beat you half to death for you to understand the situation you're in." This time, Ashes did not attack the entire battlefield. The Darkstar warriors were allowed to join the battle. After receiving the order from Ashes, they no longer stood by and attacked again. Without the buff from the mechanical suit, Han Xiao immediately fell into a passive state. Facing the storm of attacks, he could only focus on defense. Any movement or dodging would be interrupted by the tacit cooperation. He was controlled on the spot and could not fight back. Boom, boom, boom. The tsunami-like attacks bombarded Han Xiao one after another. Explosions occurred one after another, and dust flew everywhere, blocking one's vision. Orochia, who was at the side, could only see lightning, bombs, and shock waves charging into the thick cloud of dust countless times. However, she could not see Han Xiao's figure. Endless explosions and sounds of metal clashing rang in her ears, but there were no angry roars or screams. Other than the sounds of battle, she could not hear anything from Han Xiao. Looking at this scene, Aroshia suddenly had the desire to stop all of this. An inexplicable impulse drove her to take action. However, at this time, Ashes suddenly raised his hand, and everyone stopped attacking. It's about time. He should be heavily injured. Put shackles on him and evacuate immediately. Bang! Ashes was only halfway through his sentence when the sound of the ground cracking suddenly came from the dust. Han Xiao jumped out of the dust like a cannonball. He was covered in wounds, but most of them were only superficial. After taking so many attacks, he was only slightly injured. The energy in his body flickered as he slashed down with his scythe. Clang! The diamond arm and the scythe clashed fiercely. The echoes and sparks from the collision lit up Ash's surprised expression. "You're fine?" Everyone was stunned. After taking such heavy damage, even a pugilist of the same level would be heavily injured, let alone a mechanic. However, after such a long time, Han Xiao was still alive and kicking. How could he take more hits than a pugilist? Heh! Han Xiao suddenly raised his head. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he looked a little miserable. However, it was full of mockery. He let out a hoarse and low laugh. "Is this all you've got? Are you scratching my itch?" Ash's face was pale. He raised his energy again, and his Esper ability erupted. A pile of carbon particles turned into a long snake and slammed into Han Xiao's chest, pushing him back into the dust and pressing him to the ground. "Continue to hit him," Ashes roared. "So what if he can withstand it? You're just a live target. We're the ones who have the initiative." The Dark Star Warrior took a deep breath, raised his spirits again, and attacked Han Xiao a second time. This time, the momentum was even fiercer. Ashes attacked viciously, and his eyes were fierce. He had no intention of stopping at all. Seeing this, Aroshia's eyes flickered. She took a few steps forward, picked up the electromagnetic gun that Han Xiao dropped, raised it with both hands, and fired at Ashes. Ding! Ding! The needle-like bullets bounced off his diamond skin. Ashes turned around and snorted. He waved his hand and controlled the carbon particles in Aroshia's body, slamming her to the ground and immobilizing her. When he launched the ambush, Ashes had sensed that Aroshia was just an ordinary person, so he did not take it to heart and let her stay on the side. At this time, she fired 2 shots, but Ashes did not care. He controlled Aroshia and immediately turned back to focus on Han Xiao. After a while, the terrain was changed by the fierce battle. Han Xiao's position became a nearly 1-meter-deep pit. Thick dust filled the air and blocked his vision. "Stop!" Ash's breathing was slightly rapid. His Esper ability had consumed a lot of energy. The Dark Star Warrior retreated. His forehead was slightly sweaty, and he was also tired. As they stopped, the audience quieted down. "Is he still alive?" The Dark Star Warrior looked at the pit. "Not dead yet. I can feel his aura. It's very weak. This time, he's really half dead." Ash's tone was firm. However, in the next moment, Ash's face suddenly changed. The weak aura in his perception strangely grew stronger and recovered at an incredible speed. In the dust and smoke, a figure slowly climbed up. As if there was some kind of magic, he caught everyone's shocked gaze. Ta-da-da! Every footstep was like stepping on Ash's heart. First, a black scythe came out of the smoke. It was full of cracks. As soon as it appeared in front of everyone, the black scythe immediately shattered into a pile of debris. Then Han Xiao walked out. Everyone's eyes turned to him. The next moment, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although Han Xiao was covered in dust, all his wounds had disappeared. He twisted his neck and made a cracking sound. He was full of energy. His tone was lazy, as if he had just woken up from a nap. "You guys are done?" Ash's face was filled with shock. Why could Han Xiao's injuries heal on their own? Could it be that he had the ability to regenerate? Even the scythe made of alloy was shattered, but he was completely fine. Han Xiao was still as strong as before. He was even stronger than alloy. The one who was beaten up was tired, but the one who was beaten up was full of energy. How the hell were they going to fight this? Han Xiao stared at the Dark Star players. He smiled and stretched. "If you guys aren't done, I'll play with you guys a little longer." He had already issued the mission to the players, so he was not worried at all. Moreover, he had Aurora's character card. It only had one effect, full HP. It was simple and could be used 6 times. Just now, when his HP fell below 5%, he used it once and returned with full HP. Han Xiao was already very tanky. With this ability, not to mention delaying, these Darkstar players would not be able to kill him even if they exhausted themselves. Ash's expression changed several times. Shock, horror, shock, and solemnity flashed through his eyes. In the end, all his emotions turned into fear, which was fixed in his eyes. Slightly lowering his body, Ashes restrained his aura. He was no longer arrogant and became more stable. This was how he behaved when facing a formidable enemy. When facing Han Xiao, Ashes initially looked down on him. When he realized that Han Xiao was an enemy who was immune to his killer move, he put away his carelessness and adopted the attitude of facing a strong enemy. He thought that he had taken him seriously enough, but he realized that he had still underestimated his opponent. From the beginning of the battle, in a short period of time, Han Xiao had constantly surprised him. Ash's impression of Han Xiao had changed for the second time. Ash stared at Han Xiao and said word by word. Chapter 387. The Darkstar warriors all looked at Ashes, wondering what they should do. Ashes stared at Han Xiao and fell into a dilemma. Firstly, they had wasted more time than expected. He thought that he would be able to take down Han Xiao very quickly, but he did not expect him to have such a troublesome ability. Secondly, he did not know how strong Han Xiao's regeneration ability was and how many times he could recover. Ashes believed that Han Xiao definitely had a limit, but the problem was, how long would it take to force it out? Han Xiao's toughness far exceeded the average level of a mechanic. Although they had heavily injured him once, there was a limit to their energy and stamina. Everyone's breathing quickened, and their chests rose and fell rapidly. The continuous high-intensity attacks had tired the Darkstar warriors, and they were unable to maintain their peak condition. Should they retreat or continue? Ashes hesitated. This time, he suddenly saw Han Xiao look up at the dome of the cage wall with a playful expression. Before they could react, a violent explosion sounded outside the cage. The wall vibrated, and cracks quickly appeared. Boom! The wall above their heads suddenly exploded, and the light of searchlights pierced in. A few spaceships floated in the air, and their laser cannons were aimed at the Darkstar warriors. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately, Haluz shouted through the loudspeaker. The Darkstar warriors' expressions changed. *T, the guards are here. The ambush was only set up a few minutes ago, and there were no patrols nearby. Could it be that a group of guards just happened to arrive? He's so lucky. From the start of the ambush to the end of the battle, less than 10 minutes had passed. As the speed and reaction speed of supers increased, they could complete more and more actions every second. The flow of time during a battle would slow down in one's senses, and every second would be slowed down by dozens of times. Both sides who were evenly matched would be able to grasp the slightest detail. The battle was very intense, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they could only see illusions and flashes of light. It's not a matter of luck. The people on the spaceships are all Black Star subordinates. He must have called for reinforcements. How did he break through the signal interference? Someone asked in disbelief. Ashes stared at Han Xiao and said in a deep voice, I admit that I underestimated you. Black Star, I will remember your name. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the cage suddenly collapsed, turning into black dust that flew all over the sky, interfering with the detectors and vision. At this time, Ashes took out a metal tube, grabbed both ends of the tube, and twisted it, activating the device. A blue light spot appeared in the middle of the tube, emitting a halo that covered an area of 3 meters. The Darkstar warrior quickly walked into the blue light area. Then, Ashes twisted the metal tube again, and the blue light spot suddenly shrank, turning into a flash of light. The people and dust in the area disappeared without a trace. As the graphite dispersed, Han Xiao wiped off the dust on his face and went to the place where Ashes and the others had disappeared. He squatted down and brushed away the dust on the ground, revealing a circular pattern, a directional, short-range teleportation trigger. It should be a combination of space magic and quantum teleportation technology. It will leave almost no traces behind. We won't be able to catch up. Han Xiao shook his head and felt a little helpless. Darkstar's technology was much more advanced in comparison. Anyway, there was nothing he could do. The aircraft circled around and found nothing, so it could only land. Han Xiao casually completed the player's mission. The reinforcement forced Ashes to retreat, causing Darkstar's plan to kidnap and control him to fail. However, Han Xiao was not happy. Ash's failure would definitely attract the attention of Darkstar. He had shown a lot of abilities, so he could not continue to keep a low profile. With the first attack, there was very likely to be a second one. Han Xiao did not have enough power to deal with such a large force at the moment, and even his mercenary group business would be in trouble. Tracing back to the source, it was only because this mercenary mission happened to encounter Darkstar's scheme. He was also very helpless. As long as he went to save the silvers, regardless of whether he got the secret message bead or not, he would attract the attention of Darkstar. In the beginning, he did not know that Darkstar was involved in this matter. There was no turning back. At least he now understood Darkstar's goal and obtained the key secret message bead. So he had the initiative. Although he had forced Ashes to retreat, he had also successfully concealed the fact that he knew the truth and was still hiding in the dark. It's better not to return the secret message bead to Darkstar. The risk is too high. Darkstar is ruthless, and exposing too much will put me in danger, Han Xiao thought to himself. Are you okay? Haluz walked behind him and asked with concern. Han Xiao waved his hand. I'm not hurt. You guys came in time. This time, it was the players who took the initiative to ask for reinforcements. Haluz was skeptical at first, but now he was sure that Han Xiao had some kind of telepathy with these direct subordinates. Who are these enemies? Why do they ambush you? They're the thugs who attacked the slave market. I recognize the ability of one of them. They probably want to take revenge on me, Han Xiao said casually. Turned around, walked toward Erosia, and helped her up. Erosia shook her head, indicating that she was not hurt. Han Xiao thought about it and said, Your body contains a very high energy reaction, but you don't know how to use it. He had just seen the scene of Erosia firing, but being suppressed by Ashes instantly. She was not of any help at all. If Erosia had also been able to fight when they were ambushed, he would not have had to fight alone. Han Xiao was not an irresponsible person. He would not abandon her after completing the mission. Since he had taken Erosia away, he could only let her join the mercenary group. He did not need a burden. Erosia had a lot of potential and was worth grooming. If she became a super, at least she would not be a burden and could even provide some help. My body contains energy? Erosia lowered her head and pressed on her heart. Really? You definitely have the talent to become a super. How about this? I can teach you how to unleash your potential and become a super. Only then will your talent not be wasted, Han Xiao said. You want me to learn about supers? Han Xiao shrugged. Although I don't know who you were in the past, since you've lost your memory, you should learn again. Perhaps you were originally a very strong super, so you might improve by leaps and bounds. There's something I haven't said, Erosia said slowly. I seem to be some kind of space wonder. You can't take me away. Han Xiao was stunned. They said that I won't really die. I'll be reborn after death, but I'll return to my original state of amnesia and lose the memories of this existence. I remember that I've lived for 3 years this time and have been sold 5 times. Every 6 days, I'll definitely return to that cell. No matter how far away it is, it's only a matter of an instant. No one could take me away. She took the initiative to explain her uniqueness. The earliest scene in Erosia's memory was the moment she opened her eyes in the cell. Her life was a mystery, and her existence was a mystery. Her memories before that were completely blank. However, she had lived for 3 years this time. With the short-term memories of these 3 years, she had long realized that she was special. However, her life form was very strange. She did not have many material desires or mental needs. She did not need to eat, and her curiosity was very thin. She had a sense of being at ease. Although her understanding of the world was like a blank sheet of paper, she was not like a simple child. Instead, she had a very strong thinking ability. Horlade had hidden something back then. Han Xiao did not know about Eroshia's secret. He immediately understood that Horlade had promoted her to cheat money. He could not help but be speechless. Han Xiao was surprised. "You can't control this ability?" Eroshia shook her head. "I can't control it." Hearing this, Han Xiao's interest grew. Eroshia had self-awareness, but she was trapped in a cell by a mysterious force. Furthermore, this was not her will. If this was a space wonder, then it could lead to a question: was Eroshia a space wonder? Was it possible that she was originally an independent individual and not a part of the space wonder? Was it a coincidence that she became a space wonder? In other words, Eroshia's amnesia, strange life form, and almost desireless thinking could have all been given by the space wonder. Then what exactly was this space wonder? Did it not have a physical body, but some kind of invisible energy? Unfortunately, even if there was an answer to this question, the person who answered it would not be Eroshia. Maybe the truth was in the part of her memory that she had lost. At this time, the problem that Han Xiao was most concerned about was that Eroshia could not be taken away by him. Is there no solution? I don't know. Eroshia shook her head and reminded him. There are only 3 more hours until the 6th day. The mission requirement was to rescue her from the slave market and keep her there for 6 days. Han Xiao finally understood the difficulty, but since it was a mission, there had to be a way to complete it. There should be clues in that cell. Han Xiao ordered everyone to patrol and look for the enemy, although he did not have much hope. He then called the backup amphipter mechanical suit and rearmed it. He then accompanied Eroshia to the ruins of the slave market. At the same time, the Dark Star team appeared in the other corner of Floating Dragon Island. Everyone looked depressed. The ambush was too hasty. They did not know much about Black Star and acted rashly. They thought that they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength and technology, so they underestimated the enemy. Arrogance was the reason for their failure. Ash's face was green. This was the first time he had failed against a target weaker than him. He minded this failure very much. It left a knot in his heart, and he was very unhappy. Opening the communicator to report the result, Ashes held back his unhappiness and stiffly repeated the failure. The upper echelons of Dark Star were very surprised. Their surprise and disappointment hit Ash's pride again. His resume had always been perfect, but this time there was a stain. Sirota has already intercepted all the criminals. There are no clues at all. Only the mercenaries are left. There is an 80% chance that the secret message bead is in the hands of the mercenaries. Then, should I continue to look for opportunities to deal with Black Star? You failed once. Don't take the risk. Leave. The upper echelon sighed. The veins on the back of Ash's hand bulged. Chapter 388. The slave market was being demolished and rebuilt. Han Xiao showed his identity as the logistics department to the construction team and successfully entered the underground corridor. He came to the cell that Eroshia had once been locked up in. He looked around and knocked around, but he did not find anything unusual. Before him, Floating Dragon had already checked the cell, but found nothing. Eroshia stood outside the door and suddenly asked, "Why do you want to take me away?" Han Xiao was speechless. He could not say that it was a mission requirement, so he could only say, "I'm very curious about you." "Curious?" Eroshia mumbled. "What is that feeling?" Han Xiao said, "Curiosity is the desire for knowledge. For example, when an ordinary person loses their memory, they want to know who they used to be. This is a type of desire. I don't seem to have such a thing. Is this very special?" Eroshia shook her head. Normally speaking, those without desires are mostly artificial intelligences. Not needing to eat or excrete is a characteristic of energy life forms. Han Xiao sized Eroshia up and said, "But you're neither of them. You just don't have the most basic material needs, but it doesn't mean that you don't have all the desires. Don't you have anything you want?" Eroshia thought about it carefully and said, "I don't think so." "Are you sure? Since you asked me, This is because you know what desire is. Han Shao said, without desire, there is no life. Desire is the sense to experience life, and it can be said to be all the motivation for life to act. Therefore, a life form like yours is very special. Erosia tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, "You want to teach me how to use the energy in my body because of your own desire?" Han Shao said honestly, "I want you to become stronger and become my combat strength." He had figured out some ways to communicate with Erosia. There was no need to hide, just directly stating his intentions. Erosia still had an indifferent attitude. "I won't die, so why should I become stronger? There's no meaning in being strong or weak." "Well, I should say that existence itself is meaningless." Han Shao thought about it and said, "But if you die, your memory will be reset again. You will forget the short-term memory this time, and the reborn you may not be the current you. Once you are reborn, you will have to start from the beginning again and repeat the same thought process, wasting the same amount of time to achieve the current result. Becoming stronger can help you avoid being reborn and prevent yourself from being killed by others or disasters." Pausing for a moment, Han Shao continued, "As for the so-called meaning, you don't need food or excrement to survive, so you can't experience survival. For an existence like you, if you just sit there in a daze, a day or a year will pass in the blink of an eye. Since that's the case, why don't you take the initiative to find something to do and give your life a meaning?" "Is that so?" Erosia muttered to herself for a while, then nodded and said, "Thank you. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. No one has ever talked to me so much before." In the past 3 years, outsiders only had 2 impressions of her. One was that she was a space wonder, and the other was that she was a slave who couldn't run. No one had ever treated her as a normal individual. "You're welcome. It's just a casual chat." There were no clues in the cell, so Han Shao had no choice but to stop. He casually chatted with Erosia and waited for the approaching time limit to see what would happen. Time passed second by second, and when the last minute passed, a change happened silently. Erosia was still standing outside the door and did not return to the cell. She took a few steps back, then lowered her head to observe her body. There was no abnormality, so she retreated further and further away. "The visitor from afar has been completed. You have received 0 experience." Han Shao was shocked, and his eyebrows were raised so high that they almost flew off. He had done almost nothing, and the space wonder that even floating Dragon Island could not solve was eliminated just like that. It was definitely not that simple. "You have triggered grade, a hidden chain mission." Note, this mission is a chain mission. The next phase will only begin after the previous phase is completed. First phase mission: teach Erosia and help her awaken her Esper ability, control the energy in her body, and reach grade B. Reward: 520 experience, random reward, plus 5 Rista, favorability failure condition. Death of Erosia, a running type grade, a hidden mission. Han Shao was shocked. This was usually the configuration of a large-scale main storyline event. There was no information about this storyline in his previous life, which meant that no one had triggered Erosia's storyline. This was an unknown event, and he was more and more certain that Erosia was not simple. The mission name was Restart. What did it mean? Also, who was this person called Rista? "I think I can leave." Erosia was confused. "What did you do to me?" "I don't know." Han Shao was helpless. "Anyway, this is a good thing." 2 days later, the upper echelons of the 3 large mercenary groups arrived late. Ginny met with them and accepted their apologies. She finally released Goa, Porter, and Serlene's teams, who had been locked up for many days. As soon as these people were released, they immediately surrounded Han Shao and praised him endlessly. The upper echelons of the 3 armies came to contact Han Shao, and their attitude was very friendly. All the mercenaries could feel that the upper echelons valued Han Shao. In this operation, Han Shao had shown the ability of a team and had obtained the background of Floating Dragon. Even the 3 large armies did not dare to underestimate him. After everyone was free, they immediately prepared to leave Floating Dragon and return the silvers to their impatient employers. Han Xiao had been waiting until now to get a ride. On the day he left, Jenny, Will Sander, and Hire all came to send him off. The entire dock was shocked, and the brutes all over the place were shocked. They sized up Han Xiao, who was chatting with the three of them, and secretly asked about the name of the Black Star mercenary. To have the three armies of Floating Dragon send him off together, his position here was definitely not low. The mercenaries who knew about it were even more shocked. Han Xiao had only joined Floating Dragon for about half a month, and he already had a place in Floating Dragon so quickly. To have the three managers send him off personally, he had a lot of face. The upper echelons of the three large armies only saw Jenny alone. Her Excellency Dragon Emperor has allowed you to join the field team. You're now the field team officer, and your organization is the armed force of Floating Dragon outside. I hope you can grow stronger quickly. Jenny's tone was formal. She took out a special communicator and handed it to Han Xiao. This communicator can directly contact Ames, but I have to remind you, if there is no need, it is best not to disturb her. Directly contact Ames? This thing is like a nuclear bomb launcher. Han Xiao kept it with him. Hire crawled over and said regretfully, "You are a pretty good mechanic. Now that you are gone, my workload has increased again. This gift is for you." Looking down, Hire's appendage handed him an alloy box. Han Xiao opened it, and his eyes sparkled. There was a portable nuclear reactor inside, using controllable nuclear fission technology. A stable nuclear reactor was something that could only be created with advanced energy knowledge. Energy knowledge was even more tightly sealed than compression technology, so he could not create it for the time being. Now that he had the reactor, he could add materials and automatically produce it. It could be used as the energy core of the mechanical suit, and the mechanical suit's power would be raised to a whole new level. "Thanks." Han Zhao's face was filled with joy, and he nodded to express his gratitude. After Hire left, Will Sander came over and said with a smile, "Hire is a little ugly. I thought he was ugly at first, but I got used to it after interacting with him for a long time. His personality is pretty good." Han Xiao glanced at him and said, "Ames probably thinks the same of you. You don't have the looks, so you can make up for it with your personality." Will Sander's face fell. "Don't change the topic. Did you bring any gifts?" "Nope. Goodbye." Han Xiao clasped his hands, turned around, and boarded the spaceship. "Hey, why is the difference in treatment so big?" Will Sander said unhappily on the dock. "Who?" The spaceship took off. Floating Dragon Island disappeared from their sight. When they left, there were 4 more people than when they came. The 3 Volga brothers were sleeping on the side, and Hiroshia was looking at the universe outside the porthole in a daze. There were pros and cons to joining the Dragon Emperor's faction, but for the time being, the pros far outweighed the cons. Not only did they obtain new blueprints and new materials, but their talents also evolved. The most unpredictable reward of this operation should be the secret message bead. The greater the risk, the greater the value. Because Floating Dragon Island had already drifted to the Fawn Star system, in less than a day, they had already returned to the desolate planet where their employer was. As soon as they landed, the Silvers could not wait to return to the main group. They were very excited that they had escaped death. After their employer calmed down, they fulfilled their promise and started to pay them. Chapter 389. Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold wanted money, and Han Xiao wanted the 2 advanced knowledges of the compression technology. After the employer gave the reward to the 3 armies, he came to Han Xiao and thanked him seriously. The employer valued the 3 armies, which were more famous, and the biggest reason he hired Black Star was that the other mercenary groups went back on their word. Those cowards were not willing to go to Floating Dragon Island, so there was no one available. Who would have thought that, in the end, it was this small mercenary group that was added temporarily that played a crucial role? "Without you, my companions would not have been able to come back safely." As he said that, the employer and all the rescued Silvers put down their superiority as universe nobles and bowed to Han Xiao solemnly, expressing their gratitude in Silver culture. Goa and the others received the same treatment, and felt a little ashamed. They knew that this was all thanks to Han Xiao. They had been locked up the whole time, and it was Han Xiao who turned the situation around and completed the mission. "It's a pity that 2 of your companions died in an accident," Han Xiao said. "Sigh, they were unlucky. It's not your fault. The Shattered Star Ring is too dangerous, and we will be leaving soon. I hope to hire you as guards to protect us home." The 3 armies declined politely. They were not willing to go so far. The Sea of Star Spirits was 2 star fields away from the Shattered Star Ring. Even with the Stargate that could cross star fields, it would take too long to go back and forth. "What about you?" The employer looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao shook his head. "Sorry, it's too far. It's not within my business scope." Although the Sea of Star Spirits had more resources than the Shattered Star Ring, it would take a lot of time to fly there. Anyway, it was all about earning money and doing missions. He preferred to get the resources locally. The Shattered Star Ring was remote and dangerous, but there were many opportunities. "What a pity. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to invite you to Silver Constellation for a trip." The employer shook his head and calculated the reward. The interface showed that the mission was completed. He received more than 4 million experience and an extra 5,000 anus. Including the extortion, Han Xiao personally received more than 40,000 anus. The rewards of the other players were not as high as his, but it was not little either. They all smiled with satisfaction. The communicator vibrated and received the content of 2 knowledges. This was the special reward that Han Xiao received alone. He checked it, confirmed that there were no errors, and immediately chose to learn it. Learning, success in learning. You have mastered high-density material compression technology. Learning, success in learning. You have mastered the elementary space technique. You have learned supercompression technique. You have learned elementary machinery construction. You have learned the weight reduction structure. The familiar headache only subsided after a while. Han Xiao had mastered 2 knowledges. Without hesitation, he spent 20 potential points to upgrade them to the highest level. Mechanics would use different types of knowledge according to their combat style, but only these 3 types of knowledge were must-learn abilities for all mechanics, and they had to learn them to the highest level. There was a hidden connection between the 3 knowledges of compression technology. Only by possessing all 3 would one be able to comprehend the skill of compression technology. This was the sign of the rise of mechanics in version 3. 0. Supercompression technique, folding machinery. As one's ability got stronger, they would be able to fold larger machinery into the size of a finger. The effect would be enhanced by machinery affinity, level, and intelligence. With Han Zhao's current level, his limit was to fold medium-sized machinery. For example, he could fold most of the machinery that he knew, such as firearms, rangers, and amphiptera. After compression, the size of the machinery would decrease, but the density would increase. However, the weight reduction structure would solve this problem by using the principle of levitation. There were many levitation techniques, such as airflow, magnetic field, sound, light, particle energy, and so on. This technique adjusted the mutual force of the particle structure of the object to create an internal repulsion force, forming independent levitation. It maintained a very small weight in all kinds of gravitational environments to reduce the load. It was suitable for all kinds of materials, and this was the basic technique to complete large-scale compression. In order to compress, a new folding structure had to be added to the machinery, and the complexity was many times higher than before. For convenience, many machinery would be disassembled during folding, and elementary machinery construction would be used to complete the structure the moment it was unfolded, returning it to its original state. This was also an active skill that consumed mechanical force, allowing one to rapidly create weapons in battle. As long as there was an endless supply of parts, a mechanic would never run out of ammunition. In Han Zhao's previous life, the weapons and robots of the mechanic class would be destroyed 1 second, and the parts that could still be used would be created into other weapons the next second, greatly increasing the continuous combat ability of the mechanic class. If not for this ability, which had the effect of recycling, the army style would burn money many times faster than before. The way Han Xiao saw it, Only after obtaining these three abilities would his mechanic class be considered to have taken shape. With super compression and elementary machinery construction, my combat style will be upgraded. All my equipment will be modified into a compressed form, and the number of weapons I can equip in my normal state will be dozens of times more than now. I won't have to use my mechanical suit to shoot cannons anymore. I can finally bully others with numbers. Thinking about how he had to do everything by himself in the past, Han Xiao could not help but sigh. It had not been easy. The tough days had finally come to an end. This time, the upper echelons of Blades and Purple Gold walked over. Black Star, we would like to sign a cooperation agreement with you and invite you to become our ally. The positions of these two upper echelons in their respective armies were equivalent to the people in charge of the area. Inviting him personally showed their sincerity. The structure of large armies was similar. Taking the Sky Ring Army as an example, the army commander was the leader, the only 5-ring army commander. Below him were the 2 deputy army commanders with grade, A strength, and trump cards. There were 2 types of 4-ring members. The first type was B+ strength and was a high-level combatant. The second type was the upper management and was in charge of a business area. One of them was the upper echelon of Sky Ring Present, the person in charge of the nearby star systems. Then there were 3-ring officers like Goa, who were strong combatants and the backbone of the army. They usually led large teams, but they could also work alone and had the authority to summon temporary teams. In Han Zhao's simple explanation, this kind of organization structure was similar to a wuxia gang. At the top was the gang leader, followed by the deputy gang leaders, and the person in charge was the elder. Goa and the others were like guardians, and below them were the hall master, the commander, and the underlings. Han Xiao was the first to form an alliance with Sky Ring. Now, Blades and Purple Gold had also seen Black Star's potential, so they took the initiative to extend an olive branch. For large armies like this, they would only take the initiative to form an alliance when they met someone of the same trade that they valued enough. One more large army partner meant more mission opportunities. Han Xiao agreed and signed the contract. The way the mercenaries of Blades and Purple Gold looked at him immediately became much friendlier. A partner was half of their own people. Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold were the most famous armies in their respective star clusters. It was extremely rare to become their partner. Many normal mercenary groups had very little chance of working with one of them, but Han Xiao was able to work with all 3 of them. After settling the payment, the Silvers walked onto the spaceship and slowly took off. The mercenaries were also preparing to leave. Goa found Han Xiao and the others and asked, "Where are you going?" Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "Colton Star Cluster First Star Zone, Ghidorah's colonial planet Golden Palace." The players behind heard this and were a little surprised. "Black Phantom, are we not going back to Ubailey Hub?" A player asked. "Not yet. We have other things to do. Also call me Black Star." Many players called him by his old nickname too easily, and it was hard to change it. Han Xiao did not mind correcting them. He was already in the sky, so his nickname had to keep up with the times. "Why are you going to Golden Palace?" Haluz asked curiously. "To find someone." Han Xiao did not say, and the others did not ask. They just followed their captain. He did not plan to return to Ubailey Hub for the time being. The secret message bead was a hot potato, so he wanted to appraise it first. He happened to know that a top Ghidorah mage was living in seclusion on the Golden Palace's colonial planet. He was good at analyzing magic circles and would charge a fee to appraise unknown magic items for customers. In the eyes of the players, he was like a professional appraiser. "Then, we'll send you there first," Goa said. If it were someone else, Skyring would at most send them to a public planet and let them call for a tour group. They would not send them directly to their destination like how they treated Han Xiao. Sitting on Skyring's spaceship, Han Xiao felt the body of the spaceship vibrate. It slowly rose into the sky, and the ground shrank in his sight. Han Xiao came to the front of the spaceship and looked out the window. The 2 spaceships of Purple Gold and Blades were on his left and right, rising into the sky together. Soon, they climbed to a height of a few thousand meters. Further up was the gradually darkening outer space, and they were about to leave the atmosphere of this planet. The silver spaceship took off earlier than them and had already flown into space. They were very far away and could barely be seen. At this time, a thick laser beam suddenly pierced through the silver spaceship. The next moment, the silver spaceship exploded into a firework in space. The image of the explosion fell into everyone's eyes, but no sound came through the vacuum. The Silvers who had just invited them to travel to their hometown were all blown into dust and died silently. There was no sound in space, so death was very simple. It was dead silent outside, but inside the spaceship there was an uproar. What's going on? Who attacked the Silvers? The Sky Ring mercenaries exclaimed with shock on their faces. At this time, space ripples appeared in space, and the huge dark star mothership left its stealth state. Small battleships left the mothership one after another and flew toward them like dense black locusts. Their targets were the 3 mercenaries' spaceships. All the brutes who might have seen the secret message bead were captured. Darkstar did not find the bead, so the mercenaries were the only targets left. They were the most likely targets, but they did not know who had picked it up. Therefore, Darkstar decided to capture all the mercenaries. After Ashes failed, Darkstar did not hesitate to send Sorota's fleet to the planet where the Silver's employer was and capture all the mercenaries. The thing inside the secret message bead was a product that Darkstar spent tens of millions of anas to buy. It was a key tool to carry out the strategic plan to deal with Ghidorah, so there was no way they would let it go. It's Darkstar. Recognizing the famous Darkstar mothership, everyone was shocked. We have never interfered with Darkstar, so why did Darkstar attack us? Plus, they sent an entire fleet to deal with 3 spaceships. What kind of grudge did they have against us? Don't just stand there, turn around, Han Shao yelled, waking up the stunned pilot. He hurriedly controlled the spaceship to dive and fly toward the ground. The other 2 spaceships followed suit. Buzz. The large turn made the spaceship shake violently. Many people could not stand still and almost fell. An entire fleet of Darkstar motherships surrounded this planet. The difference in the number of spaceships and combat power was too great, so it was impossible for the mercenaries to break through. As soon as they entered the universe, there would be no obstacles, and they would be destroyed directly. They would not be able to break out of the fleet's encirclement and would be stopped before they entered the hyperdrive. This meant that there was no way to escape. The only way to survive was to call for help. Stalling for time in the atmosphere was better than certain death. Han Shao frowned. Darkstar's persistence and decisiveness were beyond his expectations. They would rather kill a chicken with a butcher's knife than let go of any suspicion. It really matched his previous thoughts. The greater the value of the secret message bead, the greater the risk. Hey, what a coincidence. The secret message bead is really in my hands. They probably don't even know, Han Shao thought. This was not a battle at all. It was like hunters chasing their prey. The small spaceships of the mercenaries had no way to fight back against Darkstar's fleet. The difference in power was like a pack of wolves chasing after 3 rabbits. The only good news was that Darkstar did not open fire immediately, as if they wanted to capture them alive. This made everyone relieved. At least there was still some room to maneuver. This is the most dangerous situation I have ever encountered. Han Shao felt his heart pounding. Instead of panicking, a sense of excitement spread throughout his body. The chance of escaping unscathed is less than 10%. This is more interesting. He licked his lips, his eyes shining with excitement. People who wandered around the edge of death either became greedy for life or fearless. He happened to be the latter. He had experienced countless dangers and even died once, so he did not care anymore. Chapter 390. While the spaceship was diving, the pilot controlled the spaceship's communication system and sent out a distress signal to the regional channel. An invisible wave spread out into the vast universe. The regional channel was like a public channel in the eyes of the players. All the spaceships that passed by this area could receive it. This is the Fawn Star system, the territory of the Holy Stone Civilization and the Black Raven Civilization. There are frequent border conflicts, and the armies of the two civilizations are stationed nearby all year round. They have set up a high-power signal receiver that is very sensitive to all kinds of waves. The radiation of the stars is always operated at a high power level. On the detectors of both sides, this area is as bright as day. If Dark Star blocks the signal, it will be like a shadow appearing out of nowhere, and it will be impossible to hide. Holy Stone and Black Raven, who are on high alert, will be worried that the shadow is a strategic move of each other and will definitely be attracted here. Goa explained and quickly said, "Therefore, I have a 50% chance that Dark Star did not set up a signal block." Buzz buzz. The communication between Blade, Porter, and Serene appeared on the screen. Their voices were anxious as they discussed their strategy. They also sent out a distress signal, but Serene was very pessimistic. Even if someone received our distress signal, the problem is who would dare to come? It's Dark Star that attacked us. Holy Stone and Black Raven might come to watch and prevent Dark Star from having other intentions, but they might not be willing to waste their military power to save a bunch of unimportant mercenaries like us. They are not Ghidorah and have a reconcilable hatred with Dark Star. They might not want to mess with Dark Star. The three of them looked at the upper echelons of their respective armies, and the upper echelons nodded calmly. "We have already contacted the army commander. He will come to save us. We are sending out an emergency dispatch order to the teams in the nearby area. We are afraid of Dark Star, but we will not let them do whatever they want, and we will not give up on our own people." The army commander is gathering the fleet and sending out a call to all partners. We have to protect ourselves and stall for time. Someone will definitely come to save us. All the mercenaries were energized. Their faces were serious, and a sense of honor rose from their hearts. Their morale recovered, and determination and hope appeared on their faces. A large army is indeed extraordinary. Their cohesion is very strong. Han Xiao was secretly envious. The large army had been established for many years, so naturally it had its merits. Although it was a mercenary group that did not rise early without benefits, it was able to gather experts from all walks of life to work for it. They definitely knew how to build a sense of belonging. Although many members knew this, it was undeniable that most of them enjoyed it. After all, having an organization that would not abandon their teammates would allow them to build bonds in the cold universe. Even though Dark Star was infamous, Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold were not to be trifled with. Other than their own strength, they also had a complicated network of connections in the mercenary industry. They had many collaborators, and all of them were extremely strong. What Dark Star had provoked was not just 3 large armies, but half of the mercenary industry in the 3 nearby star clusters. In other words, Dark Star was used to being unscrupulous, but this time he had poked a hornet's nest. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire for the time being. Han Xiao took out the one-way communicator that Jenny had given him, composed himself, and sent out a request. When the mercenaries called for help, he also asked his chief boss for help. He did not completely rely on the 3 large armies. "I didn't expect to use it so soon." Ding! Ames appeared on the screen. Han Xiao saw the environment that Ames was in. It was a very magical palace made of obsidian, white crystal, mithril, adamantine, emerald, and gemstones. It was like a jewelry sculpture that had been magnified thousands of times. Mysterious magic circuits floated in the air, colorful and dazzling. Many translucent magic dragons swam happily in the air. Ames was sitting in front of a small floating table, and the table was filled with all kinds of rare food. Opposite her was a little kid in a red and white robe. He looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. His ears were sharp, his skin was white, and his face was round. The robe was very long, and the kid was very short. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. This little kid was another super in the Shattered Star Ring. He was a mage from a long-lived race that looked like humans. His actual age was hundreds or even thousands of years old. Furthermore, he was the target of Ames' fight. To be precise, Ames was there as a guest. The four supers of the Shattered Star Ring knew each other, and fighting was just a pastime. When they were tired, they would eat and rest. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Han Shao only pitied that little planet. Ames raised her brows slightly. "It's you, my new subordinate. Did you forget my name?" Ames swiped on the communicator, as if calling up some interface. After a second, she said naturally, "Black Star, why are you looking for me? Have you found the whereabouts of my teacher?" When she called out Han Zhao's code name, she emphasized it as if to emphasize that she had not forgotten. Han Shao shook his head and said, "The spaceship I'm in was attacked by Dark Star. The situation is critical, and I'm here to ask for your help." "Why did Dark Star attack you?" Ames was curious. Han Shao coughed dryly. "A few days ago, Dark Star caused trouble on Floating Dragon Island while you were not around. It seems like there was a conspiracy, and I happened to see through it. This attack should be revenge." Ames tilted her head and thought of Jenny's report. Speaking of which, Dark Star had some conflicts with her. She had even been prepared to cause trouble for Dark Star. "All right, wait there. I'll go over when I'm free." Ames' tone was casual, and she hung up. Han Shao was helpless. Ames' attitude did not matter, and he could not force her to come over immediately. He was not strong enough, so he could only ask for help from the strong. "You have triggered an emergency mission. Escape. Mission introduction. Run. Mission requirements. Escape from Dark Star's pursuit and delay until reinforcements arrive. Reward. 0 EXP. The final reward depends on the mission rating. After persevering for 2 days, the mission rating will reach the lowest standard. You will receive the basic reward. For every 12 hours, the rating will increase by 1. Failure condition. Capture by Dark Star." Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he scanned the players around him. He realized that their expressions had changed at the same time. They had probably triggered the mission as well. This time, the player's mission reward was exactly the same as Han Zhao's. All the players were shocked. 800,000 EXP. Han Shao was already used to this. To him, it was like a drop in the ocean. However, to the players, this was the mission with the highest reward they had ever seen. All kinds of emotions appeared on the players' faces. Shock, ecstasy, shock, and so on. Han Shao secretly analyzed the information revealed by the mission. Persevering for 2 days is the lowest rating. It should be possible to speculate that the earliest reinforcements will take at least 2 days to arrive. This means that we'll have to fight alone for 2 days. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. Let alone 2 days, it would be difficult to persevere for 2 hours. At this time, the spaceship finally returned to the surface and flew close to the ground. This barren planet was almost completely barren. There are no forests, no signs of life, only jagged rocks and mountains. The only good thing was that the terrain was dangerous enough. The 3 spaceships all adopted the same plan. Use the terrain to delay as much time as possible. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of small Dark Star hovering ships chased after them. From above, they shot low-level laser cannons that were green in color. They chased after the tails of the 3 spaceships, creating clouds of smoke and dust on the ground. The explosions were endless. The shockwaves caused by the explosions made the spaceship's magnetic shields flicker. Dark Star wanted to capture them alive. They did not want to blow up the spaceships, as that would destroy the secret message beads that might exist. Therefore, they sent out small hovering ships. The hovering ships were less than 10 meters long, and the power of their mini laser cannons was very small. It was enough to injure them, but not kill them. They used their speed and agility to chase and intercept them, forcing them to abandon their spaceships. Split up. The 3 spaceships flew past a dark gray mountain peak. Then, they suddenly split up and fled in 3 directions. The green laser cannons that chased after them hit the mountain peak. With a boom, the peak broke and rolled down the slope, kicking up clouds of dust. It was like a dragon descending the mountain. With the broken mountain peak as the dividing point, the hovering ships also split up and chased after their respective spaceships. The Sky Ring spaceship that Han Shao was in was chased by hundreds of hovering ships. However, unfortunately, the direction they turned in was a flat plain without any obstacles. SH*T. Everyone's expression changed. The pilot was sweating profusely. He tried his best to maneuver the spaceship to avoid the attacks. The spaceship twisted like a water snake. The dust that was blown up by the green light sprayed onto the spaceship like a fountain. The spaceship dodged some of the laser cannons, but the chances of being hit were higher than when the three ships were moving together. The shield kept flickering. Warning! Warning! Shield energy remaining at 6%. Yellow warning line reached. Please replenish in time. Energy core almost overloaded. Please cool down in time. A series of system alarms went off, hitting everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The pilot's face paled. Suddenly, everyone saw Han Shao walk out from the crowd, walk to the pilot's seat, press on the pilot's shoulder, and speak with an unquestionable tone. Move aside and give me the seat. All the mercenaries on the spaceship changed their expressions, changing the pilot at the last minute. Are you sure? This concerns the life and death of everyone on the spaceship. Do you know what you're doing? Goa stared at Han Shao closely. Han Shao nodded and said without hesitation, if he's the pilot, the chance of crashing is percent. If I'm the pilot, the chance is only 30%. The pilot was furious. Goa stared at Han Shao for a full 2 seconds before nodding heavily. Okay, you do it. The Sky Ring mercenaries were shocked. Although they knew that Black Star was strong, piloting a ship was not a battle. The situation was urgent, and no one was willing to leave their fate in the hands of someone with unknown skills. If this continues, our spaceship will crash in less than an hour. Let him try, Goa explained. Even though the pilot knew this, he was not willing to let someone else control his fate. His face turned green and white, and in the end, he moved aside unwillingly. Han Shao immediately took over the pilot's seat. This time, Goa walked over and said with a serious tone, Black Star, you're holding our lives in your hands. You must stay calm. At this point, all the mercenaries could only place their hopes on Han Shao. Actually, many mercenaries knew how to pilot a spaceship, but no one was confident that they could do it better, and no one dared to take on this responsibility. They were worried that their mistakes would kill everyone. This was a huge pressure, and no one dared to replace him. Han Shao was able to walk out at the crucial moment. They could only hope that he was reliable. Black Star, you know how to pilot a spaceship? Haluz was shocked. I know a lot. Do you know me well? Han Shao adjusted the control panel with ease. Piloting a spaceship is nothing. I used to pilot a mecha. It was like the difference between a pilot and a fighter jet. One required safety and stability, and the other required flying. The difficulty and requirements of piloting a mecha were much more difficult than a fighter jet. Han Zhao's piloting skills were honed in a universe battlefield with players. Even in the galaxy, he was a top ace pilot. Everyone suddenly heard the system's announcement. Adjustment complete. Shield power reduced to 20% of the original. Are you crazy? The pilot screamed in shock. Everyone was shocked. Han Shao had weakened the shield as soon as he took over, and the defense power was greatly reduced. If the spaceship was hit by the attack just now, it would have been damaged. So, all the advice just now had gone in one ear and out the other? Goa was very regretful. Just as she was about to scold him, the spaceship's system announcement sounded again. All energy is in progress. Engine input successful. Han Shao tilted his head and reminded the people behind him. Hold on tight. The next moment, the sudden burst of recoil directly broke through the internal stability of the spaceship. Everyone staggered and fell to the ground. Chapter 391. Han Shao also liked to watch Pork Bun's videos as a form of relaxation. At the beginning of every episode, Pork Bun would do a pre-episode recap and make it into a series. The third episode continued the previous episode, and this time, the background shown in front of the players was even grander. It was an intergalactic battle, and the galaxy was vast and grotesque, allowing the players to understand more details of life in the galaxy. More and more forces appeared, such as the Silvers from other star fields, Sky Ring, and the other super large mercenary groups, Floating Dragon Island, and so on. The perspective of the video was Pork Bun's third party, starting from the moment he accepted the Silver's employment. The scene changed to when he arrived at Floating Dragon Island. The colors were psychedelic, and the environment was dangerous. The huge mercenary group rampaged across Floating Dragon Island, with all kinds of races and equipment. The players were among them, and the audience felt like they were participating in the game. I'm so envious of these gods. They can wander around in the universe. The pro players are strong after all. Have you forgotten what happened in the past? Those who can last more than 30 seconds against Black Phantom are all real men. Only our gods are up in the sky. I heard that the clubs from other countries are under a lot of pressure and have to work overtime every day to complete missions. All the clubs were preparing for the National League in 9 months. The professional players who followed Han Xiao had the best opportunity to develop, which put a lot of pressure on the other participants. Pork Bun's editing was very decisive, and he jumped to the next event very quickly. The mercenary group had locked onto their target, and the battle at the dock was about to break out. Hundreds and thousands of people were fighting, and all kinds of abilities were unleashed. Colorful lights flashed, explosions, roars of beasts, lightning, and other background noises shook the eardrums. There were pirate groups shooting at the same time, and lasers sweeping across. There were pugilists clashing with each other, and sparks flew everywhere. The audience was dazzled. They felt as if they were really on the battlefield. They were like a small boat that had been overturned by the waves. Following Pork Bun's perspective, they followed behind Han Xiao with an irresistible force. From the perspective of the screen, they could clearly see Han Xiao's battle. He was wearing a sturdy and complicated black mechanical suit. A pair of mechanical turbine bat wings spread out from his back. His scythe had electric arcs, and he looked like the god of death. Then, heavy armor components fell from the sky. The components automatically covered his body through magnetic connections. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall exoskeleton mechanical giant. He took large strides, and his fists were like iron balls. He dug out a path to the sky, and no one could stop him. You look so handsome in this metal suit. Can you transform and set off? These sharp lines, this precise and complex structure. This is the beauty of machinery. Mechanics only have beauty left. They are really useless when fighting. We pugilists have the highest win rate in PK. What do you think? You pugilists only know how to punch and kick. You don't have any skills at all. What's the point of playing? You don't understand the fun of mechanics at all. How exciting it is to gamble on blueprints. How satisfying it is to collect materials and finally build a machine. How interesting it is to use battle tactics. Then the machine that you worked so hard to build will be smashed by us with just a few punches. If you can go find Mad Blade, Angry Sword. Do you think he's the #1 mechanical pugilist in China? Also, have you seen the competition video of the #1 mechanical pugilist in North America? How many pugilists did he beat with his dazzling mechanical combo? Well said, I choose Esper. Mechanics are really too expensive. I don't have any money. I only have one life. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. All of you are trash. My magic will tear you into pieces. Other than these comments, there were also normal discussions. Black Phantom is stronger than before. Has he always been this strong? Or is he slowly becoming stronger? The Blue Star players are laughing, but not saying anything. Didn't the Times say that this type of NPC is a protagonist-type character? I think that since Black Phantom said that a disaster is about to befall Blue Star and that they should go to the galaxy to find a solution, he will definitely play a role in the next version of the Blue Star storyline. Think about it. The galaxy is the stage of the future. There will definitely be some events that will help us transition from the novice planet to the galaxy. I bet 50 cents that it will definitely be related to him. Waiting for the Analysis Emperor to be slapped in the face. TSK. Floating Dragon is really honest. Other than the discussions, there were also bullet comments. I don't know when, but I developed my senses. First, it was a small piece of metal, then more parts. My world was dark. Although I couldn't see, I could feel that someone was creating my body. I don't know how much time passed, but my senses grew more and more. One day I suddenly felt pain. The pain made my consciousness gradually clear. Finally, I gained eyes. I tried to open them, and dense streams of data flowed in my vision. What are these? I'm very curious. A ray of warm light shone down, and the colors of the world spread in front of my eyes. I looked down and saw a mechanical spider. Is this my body? I thought to myself. At this time, I heard someone talking above me. I finally succeeded. His tone was filled with joy. I looked up and followed the voice. A man was looking down at me. His eyes were filled with love, and there was a smile on his face. I had never seen such a smile before. It turned out to be so clear and gentle. He's my creator. A sense of familiarity rose from the bottom of my heart. But why do I have a heart and feelings? I'm just a machine. Did you give me these, creator? The man reached out his hand and touched my body. His warmth seeped into my cold armor. So this is what warmth feels like. So comfortable. I couldn't help but rub his hand. He smiled and said, "Looks like the VR sensor is very successful. The artificial nerves are working normally. Enter standby mode first." Suddenly, my body straightened automatically and stopped moving. At this moment, I understood. Although I had senses, I could feel temperature, I could feel pain, but what really controlled me was the AI program. I was just a machine, not even alive. The meaning of my existence was to follow the program's orders. But your efforts gave me senses, allowing me to feel this world and experience the senses of life. This is very fair, isn't it? It's okay. I am willing to be trapped in this body and watch you silently. Thank you for creating me. What the F***CK, a great god has appeared, showing off your operation without saying anything. Referee, can you go back and sit down? Great writer, do you want oranges? Han Xiao watched with great interest. The player's imagination was really rich. Other than these normal comments, the rest were the daily comments of the fans of the top players. Li Ji's fan club is the great handsome face. I'm not convinced, let's fight. My family's old Wang Ho Jiang Xiang Xiang, is smiling as he looks at the second-tier players. Black Phantom's engineering team is here to work. Unrelated people, please stand back. What he did not expect was that there were players using his name to flood the screen. His eyes lit up. Being mocked by others was one of the ways to become famous. He did not expect that he would have fans too. The video was still going on, and the comments were all over the screen. However, when Ames appeared, all the different comments disappeared and turned into a frenzy of bootlicking comments. Ames appeared at the dock and sat on the dragon bone throne. She was wearing a high-cut black dress, and her long, white legs were like white snakes entwining with each other, revealing a large part of her snow-white skin. She had a beautiful face and was full of charm. Her whole body exuded a mysterious aura. Coupled with her powerful strength, it condensed into multiple temptations, and the audience could not resist. What the F***CK, such a beauty. Get out of my way, I'll lick you. Dragon Emperor Ames, one of the 4 beyond grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring. Oh my, she is too sexy. Quick, give me a tissue. Don't think too much, I'll use it to wipe my nose. So domineering, so aggressive. I'm a girl, and I'm being flirted with. Quick, take a screenshot, I want to use it as my wallpaper. What a pity, she's flat-chested. What do you know? Why would such a domineering beauty need a chest? Let me introduce her to everyone. This is my new wife. I hereby announce that the Ames Guards Army is established on the spot. Ames' appearance did not last long, and it was soon followed by the subsequent events. In the end, the video ended with the scene of the professional players catching the thief in the Dragon Guards. After that, there were some interactions between the professional players as highlights. However, ever since Ames appeared, the comments were stuck on her and could not come out. Her appearance is too short. I want to continue watching the long-legged sisters. Who the F***CK wants to watch this group of professional players? Get lost. I betrayed the sect. Give me back my Ames. After turning off the video, Han Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Beauties were always popular. After all, most of the people who played games were burly men, and girls were rare. Ames appeared out of nowhere, and her popularity soared immediately, almost surpassing the popularity that he had built up for so long. She was strong, sexy, and had a very high status. She was very attractive, and her innate qualities were much better than Han Zhao's. What could he do? He was also very helpless. If a male character wanted to be popular, they had to have some special qualities. They had to be a weirdo, a real man, or extremely strong. He was confident that he did not lack good looks, but the added value of the other factors was not high enough yet. However, the more popular Ames is among the players, the better it is for me. I'm temporarily under the Dragon Emperor. If the players know about this, they will be able to share her popularity and increase the attractiveness of my faction. This was just icing on the cake for Han Xiao. According to his original blueprint, even without Ames' influence, he would be able to make a large number of Blue Star players join him willingly. However, the more influence she had, the better. Of course, he had no problem with that. In another 2 days, the materials I ordered will arrive. There are a lot of machines to be built this time, so I'll probably have to shut myself off for a while. It's best to find something for those professional players to do first. Don't let them be bored, or they will cause trouble. Port Bun had been very frustrated recently. Although the 3rd episode caused a new round of popularity because of Ames' appearance, and this series made his reputation skyrocket, establishing his position in the game and forming a large group of die-hard fans, it also gave Pork Bun trouble at the same time. The Dragon Emperor was too popular. Many viewers sent him private messages asking him to edit more scenes of Ames. Of course, Pork Bun was willing. He had already thought about the content of the 4th episode, which would form a link with the 3rd episode. Things took a turn for the worse. In the end, he saved the Silvers, added a few new members, and was chased by Dark Star. The Dragon Emperor came to his rescue and caused a sensation. However, the problem was that he lacked the material for this video. When he was chased by the Dark Star fleet, he was either on the spaceship or underground. He did not have the chance to record anything at all. He even missed the scene where Ames destroyed the Dark Star fleet, which made him regret. Such a grand scene, full of explosive material, and he did not record it. What a dereliction of duty. Therefore, he had been troubled recently. He racked his brains, but could not think of how to fill in the missing content. At this time, Han Xiao entered the resting hall of the stronghold and looked around. Most of the players were here. Seeing him walk in, pairs of eyes gathered on him, flashing with anticipation. Chapter 392. Glancing at everyone's expectant eyes, Han Xiao opened the faction interface and put in the Sunil NCO class armor, as well as some low-level machinery blueprints that he did not need previously. The blueprints were only suitable for mechanics, mainly because the NCO class armor was easier to sell. The players had earned extra repair and enhancement fees from the Enlisty class armor last time, so the players would not be stingy with the NCO class armor now. There were 3 types of Sunil armor: assault, defense, and reconnaissance. The NCO class armor had all been enhanced. On average, the armor was 3 times higher than the Enlisty class armor, and the total attribute bonus was 15 points more. The bonus for melee combat was 20 points, and there were also new accessories. The reconnaissance type moved very fast, jumping high and far, and the chainsaw wrist blade could be ejected from the arm, so it was not afraid of melee combat. The defense type was equipped with heavy firepower, leaning toward long-range combat. It held a large caliber cannon and armor-piercing gunpowder bullets. The gun could be folded in half, and the cannon was about the size of a person. Every time it fired, the gun flame was like an explosion of smoke, and the bullets were like small burning meteors. The shooting speed was very fast, and the gunshots were like drums. The ammunition capacity was 250 rounds, and it came with many extra clips. The assault type had the advantages of both, and it was more comprehensive. Previously, Li Gu had used the secret message bead to exchange for the NCO class armor, which was a reconnaissance type. The others knew the attributes of the equipment, and they were all envious. Now that the faction store was updated, they were all energized and rushed to buy it without any introduction. He set the price at 1,400 anas, and he also set the reputation cost, which was 1,000 reputation. He set the favorability range from 0 to 1,000, and 50 anas could be exchanged for 100 faction reputation. The players had spent 500 reputation to buy the enlistee class armor last time, and after this mission, Han Shao rewarded them with another 300 reputation. In other words, the real cost of buying the NCO class armor was 1,750 anas. The players had received about 5,000 anas from the silvers, and this would cost them one-third of it. However, the players did not hesitate. Professional players earned money to buy equipment and increase their combat ability as much as possible. There were 7 NCO class armors in the inventory, and the rest were pre-sold. The players were used to it and never doubted the credibility of the faction. The first 7 people to purchase it received the real thing. The gray metal was thick and tough, with sharp edges and corners. It gave off a strong smell of steel. The silent combat weapon had a unique charm. Mad Blade snatched one of them and quickly put it on. Finally, he put on the helmet and turned it into the combat analysis field of vision that came with the helmet. Everything he saw was marked by a database. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded from inside the helmet. Welcome to the Black Star armor. Your serial number is HA0001. Undergoing automatic inspection. Completion of inspection. Armor status 100. Hydraulic power in good condition. Weapon system in good condition. Ejection system in good condition. User's vital signs normal. Mad Blade tried to move his arms and legs, and the sound of mechanical parts moving could be heard. With the addition of power, his fists buzzed and buzzed. This set of armor is much stronger than the enlistee class. I bought the reconnaissance type. It's very agile and works well with heavy weapons to reduce the impact of the heavy weight. I can fight more nimbly. Mad Blade was overjoyed. He was a mechanical pugilist and used melee weapons most of the time. The NCO class gave him the biggest boost. The mechanic class was the class with the highest armor buff. Players of other classes could also use it, and the effect was not bad. It increased defense, firepower, and a layer of HP. More importantly, it required the various functions of the armor. For example, a fragile mage could wear protective armor and fight mindlessly. This kind of mix and match made people feel strange and fun. The enlistee class and NCO class were standard armor. The stronger Senile General class was for supers and had stronger attributes. He had not learned it yet. As usual, Han Shao held back when he created the armor, leaving room for improvement. Other than the armor, the few mechanic class players in the faction liked the new blueprints. Every time they gambled on blueprints, they were trembling with fear. Now that Han Shao could directly learn many blueprints, they were overjoyed. The blueprints that Han Shao put up were naturally the unimportant but useful ones. He kept the important ones for himself and released the unimportant ones, which would be more effective. Maple Moon's eyes were shining, and her cute face was filled with joy. Optical disruption trap. This is not bad. Sigh. That scatter cannon is not bad either. Maple Moon could be considered a rather casual and cute girl, but she had also developed a calculated personality after being raised by the mechanic class. A blueprint only cost 300 to 400 anas, which was much more cost-effective than gambling blueprints. She extended her finger and poked it. Buying. Han Shao valued the mechanic class players more. Not only was it easier to earn their money because they were of the same origin as him, but they could also become his helpers when they grew up, which might allow him to enter the next stage of the mechanic class in advance. The players of other classes naturally did not care about these blueprints. Only the NCO class armor was to their liking. However, selling things was not the main purpose of Han Zhao's trip. He gave everyone a large wave of faction missions that he had prepared long ago. The rewards were all dungeon crystals. He had cut out some of the later stages of the Germinal organization to form a level 60 dungeon in the most recent battle, Power of the Dragon Emperor. The dungeon crystals could only be used as mission rewards and could not be sold. However, the rules were dead and people were alive. These mission rewards were dungeon crystals, and he planned to use them as repeat missions. There was only one completion condition, and that was to increase a certain amount of faction reputation after accepting the mission. He had set it as increase and not reach a certain value. For example, after accepting the mission and gaining 500 reputation, one would be able to complete the battle, power of the Dragon Emperor mission, and obtain the dungeon crystal. The other low-value dungeon missions could also be completed at the same time, making the players feel that they had profited. This way, it would attract players to spend money to buy reputation. Since one had spent money to buy reputation, they would have to spend it eventually. Faction reputation could only be used by Han Xiao, so it was perfect for attracting spending. Furthermore, when one's reputation exceeded 1,000, the cost of purchasing reputation would increase. If one wanted more dungeon crystals, they would have to repeat the cycle of buying reputation and spending money to buy reputation. Although there were no new products sometimes, he had many additional services, such as repair, enhancement, and so on. If one wanted to buy things from the start, these missions would be extra rewards and could be used as promotion. If one only wanted dungeon crystals, they would be able to attract spending. In any case, there was only one purpose of these services. With him, one would never have to worry about not being able to spend money. Han Xiao was very mischievous. He only released this mission after the players had bought the armor. He would not let them take it for free. Damn, a new mission that rewards dungeon crystals? The requirement is to increase reputation. Aya, what a pity. If we had this mission just now, wouldn't we have completed it directly? What a waste. Actually, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we still have to enhance the armor and so on. Moreover, Black Star's reputation will definitely come in handy in the future. It won't be a waste. Yo, there's a new dungeon, Power of the Dragon Emperor. Isn't that what we experienced a few days ago? It turns out that the faction will not only update the equipment and products, but it will also turn our experience into a dungeon crystal. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. As expected of a growth-type faction, they suddenly felt a sense of excitement. This was an unexpected surprise. After they had followed Black Star to the galaxy, they had never seen a dungeon crystal. They did not expect that this faction would have its own dungeon crystal. After experiencing more missions, there would be new dungeons that they could choose. Seeing this, Han Xiaoxin said, "Oh right, if a faction can provide a steady supply of dungeons, this is also a form of attraction." Everyone was most curious about the Dragon Emperor dungeon. This was a new dungeon that they had never seen before. Among the crowd, Pork Bun saw the battle map, Power of the Dragon Emperor dungeon. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes gradually lit up. This dungeon might be able to reproduce the scene from that time. His heart thumped, and he immediately bought 500 reputation. He touched the dungeon crystal nervously, and a message popped up on the interface. Level 90 Dungeon Crystal Battle Map. Power of the Dragon Emperor Introduction. At the border between the Holy Stone Civilization and the Black Raven Civilization in the Colton Star Cluster's Gavin Star system, a mercenary team was pursued by the Dark Star fleet. At the critical moment, the Dragon Emperor aims descended. This will be your test. Type, Time Reversal Dungeon Limit. 10 people current number of people who have passed. 0 highest dungeon completion rate. None record holder. None everyone came over. When they saw the item introduction, they were all shocked. A level 90 dungeon crystal. This has already exceeded our level limit. The level of the dungeon crystal did not represent the entry threshold, but the recommended level of the challenge. Even a level 1 newbie could enter a level 60 dungeon crystal, but the result was obvious. Even if they could find a power leveling team, the level difference between the monsters and the dungeon crystal was too large, and there would be a very high EXP penalty and rating penalty. Fighting dungeons could allow players to gain EXP and train their skills, but they would not be able to bring out the equipment from the dungeon. However, after clearing the dungeon, if the rating was high, they would be rewarded with a random item or equipment. These were the benefits of fighting dungeons. There was a limit to the number of dungeons that could be challenged, and they would be refreshed after a certain period of time. If one wanted to obtain top-grade equipment in dungeons, one could forget about it at all if they did not get a top-grade rating. Up until now, players from various planets had challenged so many dungeons, but the number of dungeons that could produce reliable equipment or items could be counted on one hand. Moreover, the difficulty of those dungeons was very high. Not only them, none of the players had ever seen a level 90 dungeon crystal. Everyone was shocked that the Black Star mercenary could give out such a high-level dungeon crystal. Han Xiaoxin smiled inwardly, turned around, and left. The NCO grade armor, the blueprint, and the dungeon crystal mission. This trip has earned me a total of 98,000 anas, which is close to 100,000 anas. Adding the savings in my account, I have around 140,000 anas. At the very least, I can buy 3 class advancement knowledges. Han Xiao was very satisfied. After he left, the players in the base could not wait to form a team. They wanted to try out what a level 90 dungeon crystal felt like. Port Bun formed a team with Mad Blade, Maple Moon, and Hao Tian, 3 of whom he was familiar with. Together with the players from Long Sky and the other clubs, they had a total of 10 people. He crushed the dungeon crystal, spat out a cloud of mist, and enveloped everyone. They entered the dungeon crystal immediately. The world in front of them changed. Port Bun and the others suddenly could not control their bodies. Their perspective was pulled up, and they looked down at a very familiar planet. It was Fawn Planet 122 where the chase happened. They saw the silver spaceship take off and suddenly explode. The Dark Star mothership appeared, and then it sent out a large number of hovering ships to chase after the 3 mercenary spaceships. This was exactly what they had experienced. However, they were all in the spaceship at that time. Now, they were seeing everything from the perspective of a third person. It was a completely different experience. This is a cutscene animation, Hao Tian said in the channel. She was very experienced. Many dungeons had cutscenes, so everyone was not surprised. They just stared at it without blinking. The enormous Dark Star mothership was being chased by a dense hovering fleet, and the 3 mercenary spaceships were running for their lives. It was a very impactful scene. Then, they saw the Sky Ring spaceship suddenly accelerate, and its flight path became extremely erratic. The hovering fleet behind it was being led around like a dog being walked. Wow, this is even better than drunk driving. I remember that Black Phantom was the one driving the spaceship. No wonder the people on the spaceship were so dizzy. Mad Blade still had some lingering fear. The cutscene was about 3 minutes long. This was a copied scene created by the Dungeon Crystal and not the real thing. It condensed the development of the events and changed it. The mercenary spaceships entering the underground and the Alliance fleet arriving at the same time happened. The cutscene ended there. As the captain, Hao Tian received a notification. The Dungeon Crystal is about to begin. Please choose a faction to participate in. Note, the faction you choose will affect the dungeon completion goal and difficulty fugitive mercenary. Your mission is to escape from the pursuit and hold on until the Dragon Emperor arrives. Dark Star Pursuer. Your mission is to capture a certain number of mercenaries before the Dragon Emperor arrives. Chapter 393. We can actually choose 3 different factions. This dungeon seems to have a lot of processes. Different factions have different missions. Does it mean that we have to clear all 3 factions before we can officially clear the dungeon? Maple Moon analyzed. Don't talk so much nonsense. Which one do you choose? Twinkle Fried Rice asked. Hao Tian pondered and said, this is a level 90 dungeon. We probably won't be able to clear it. We've just come here, so let's familiarize ourselves with the dungeon first. It's best to choose a faction that we're familiar with. Escape mercenaries. Escape again. Everyone could not help but complain. Escaping was not as fun as catching people. However, most of them were professional players. Even if they knew that it was difficult to clear a level 90 dungeon, they would not back down. Although they were escaping underground and might not be able to see the Dragon Emperor's attack like before, Port Bun did not know the exact situation of this dungeon, so he did not say anything. Hao Tian chose the camp of the fleeing mercenaries. White starlight appeared at the edge of everyone's vision. Their vision was pulled by an unknown force, and they quickly fell toward the planet. The scenery around them flashed past. Fleets of various colors, white clouds, blue sky, and so on crashed into the grayish-black rocky ground. The next moment, their vision passed through and fell into the dark underground space, returning to the vision of the naked eye. In front of them was a dark and winding underground. Everyone shuddered and regained control of their bodies. They looked down and saw that their bodies were in perfect condition. Not a single part was missing. At this time, a small virtual window appeared in front of the 10 of them. This was the mission list display. Players could set the UI to show some of the information on the panel. Now, the dungeon mission was automatically displayed and could not be canceled. It floated in the upper right corner of their vision. You are a mercenary on the run. The underground space is filled with dark star hovering ships and groups of warriors. You know very well that if you are caught, you will face torture worse than death. Surrounded by an inescapable net, there's almost no way out. However, the reinforcements ignite your desire to live. Dungeon objective: escape pursuit until the Dragon Emperor arrives. Countdown: 12 hours reward. 600 experience failure condition. All members are capture punishment. Every time a player is captured, the total reward will be reduced by 10 optional mission 1. Kill 100 Darkstar soldiers. Reward: 40 experience optional mission 2. Destroy 10 hovering ships. Reward: 70 experience optional mission 3. Protect 6 mercenaries who are being chased. Reward: 100 experience challenge mission 1. Do not trigger the alarm throughout. Reward: 200 experience challenge mission 2. Get rid of your pursuers 5 times without any damage. Reward: 350 experience random events. During the escape, you have a chance to encounter random events. Complete 2 random events, and you will be rewarded 300 experience points. Side mission completion count effects dungeon clear rating note. When you come into contact with the main character of the event, the objective and difficulty of the instance dungeon will change. When a main character is within 1 kilometer of you, you will be notified. Please choose carefully whether to change your route. After the mission was displayed, a 12-hour countdown timer appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. What a huge amount of information. Mad Blade took a closer look and said, "The ultimate goal of a fugitive mercenary is to survive. If you want a high reward, then you have to be reckless and cowardly." Everyone read through it. How Tion frowned and analyzed. 12 hours is shorter than our actual experience. Moreover, if one member fails, the total reward will be reduced. Therefore, in order to get a high score, all members have to survive until the end and work together. Also, with this kind of mechanism, it should mean that you can betray your teammates. Ahem, but there is a price. Then, the optional mission is only useful when you encounter enemies. It conflicts with the challenge mission. One of the 2 challenge missions is to sneak around, and the other is to cause trouble. This means that you have to make a choice between the optional and the challenge mission. Looking at the comparison of rewards, the difficulty of causing trouble will be higher. Those random events should be unexpected factors. This instance dungeon is very complete. Lastly, it mentioned the main character. This means that we will not follow Black Phantom like before, but will be independent. Before he finished his analysis, the buzzing sound of hovering ships could be heard in front of him. An anxious voice came from his earpiece. All mercenaries, pay attention. For hovering ships are searching the area. Don't stay here. Leave immediately. As soon as the voice finished, the light of searchlights lit up in front of them. Everyone's expression changed. They did not have time to communicate. They hurriedly turned around and ran. This instance dungeon started so quickly. It has only been 2 or 3 minutes, and the enemies are already here, Sleepy Winter said worriedly. The pace of the instance dungeon is too fast. If the enemies are too dense, it will be very difficult to last for 12 hours. After running for a while, the hovering ships behind them moved forward slowly. They did not seem to have noticed them, but their speed was not slow at all. Everyone ran until their stamina was depleted, but the distance between them was not large. The worst thing was that there was only one path in this part of the instance dungeon, and they had not found the fork yet. This was a level 90 instance dungeon, and the difficulty was obvious everywhere. They were only level 60, and they could not even shake off the first wave of enemies. The team was running too slowly, and they would be caught sooner or later. Everyone realized this and discussed in the channel. "Let's stop running. Let's go back and test the strength of the monsters," Madblade suggested. "All right, let's adjust our positions. Mechanics stand at the back and attack. Espers move around. Pugilists go up." How Tion made a quick decision and ordered everyone to form a simple coordination formation. The searchlights approached quickly, and a hovering ship that was only a few meters long appeared. When it noticed everyone, it immediately sped up and flew over. The mini laser cannon on it shot out slender green lasers. Bang, 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 there was no smoke when the laser cannon exploded. The rock walls and the ground were blasted into pieces. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded the hovering ship. The battle began immediately. At the same time, the countdown frame in everyone's vision suddenly turned red, and a notification popped up. "You have triggered the first level of alert. Enemy reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. Hurry, finish the battle in 10 minutes. With the time limit, everyone's expression changed slightly. Their eyes became serious, and they increased the intensity of their attacks. Bang, 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 all sorts of powerful attacks were thrown at the hovering ship. However, the shield of the hovering ship was not just for decoration. It took a huge amount of damage. The mini laser cannon was not weak, and one shot could take away 200 to 300 health points. Although the damage did not seem high, its attack speed was very fast. If they were Grade B supers, it would be easier for them to deal with the hovering ship. However, they were only Grade C supers at level 60. Furthermore, the players did not have any templates and they did not have many talents, so they did not have an advantage in terms of attributes. Level 60 players were at the bottom of Grade C supers. Furthermore, even if the players reached level 90 in version 2.0, they would only be Grade C supers. The gap between each grade increased continuously. To them, the hovering ship, which was supposed to be an elite monster, became a boss. As time passed, everyone became anxious, and it was easy for them to make mistakes. In the end, they paid the price of 3 people to destroy this hovering ship in 10 minutes. The remaining people were panting heavily. More than half of their status had been depleted. "It's too difficult. The side mission requires us to destroy 10 hovering ships, and one is already so difficult. We even lost 3 people. The level difference is too big," Twinkle Fried Rice said. 3 people were gone, and the total profit was reduced by 30. It had only been 10 minutes, and they had already lost so much. Everyone realized that they were looking for trouble if they entered with their current level. Furthermore, the monsters in the dungeon had been strengthened. When the hovering ship exploded, a few Darkstar soldiers inside had escaped. They were supposed to be ordinary people or low-grade supers, but their levels were a bunch of question marks. They were above level 60. Luckily, the explosion of the hovering ship had reduced the health of the Darkstar soldiers by more than half. Otherwise, the players would have died. The alarm was still going on. Everyone turned around and ran, but the reinforcements came too quickly. They were exhausted and had no choice but to sacrifice their teammates to ensure the survival of the remaining people. However, this was just drinking poison to quench thirst. Not long after, the last Tion was pincered by 2 hovering ships and was captured. Everyone was wiped out, and the countdown was fixed. It had only been 30 minutes since the start. Their vision blurred, and they were kicked out of the dungeon and returned to the stronghold. "It's gone in half an hour. How are we going to play?" Sleepy Winter was speechless. At this time, the other players who had formed teams to clear the dungeon were all kicked out. They were all crushed. After exchanging their experiences and asking around, they all chose the escaping mercenaries. They were all seeking stability. The best result was King Admiral's team, who lasted for 50 minutes. The worst was Fried Eggplants with Fish's team, who encountered the first wave of hovering ships. They couldn't finish off the enemy within 10 minutes and were surrounded by 2 hovering ships that came as reinforcements. However, no one was depressed. After all, The dungeon introduction had written clearly that they were challenging a higher level than them. They were already mentally prepared. Furthermore, if they did not get wiped out 8 or 10 times, how could it be called pioneering? Pro players always like to challenge high levels of difficulty. Hardcore players would never be defeated by difficulty. Everyone was excited and continued to enter the dungeon. There was a limit to the number of times they could challenge the same dungeon. The game refreshed to 0 every 6 days. The players had obtained some Germinal Organization battle dungeons from Han Shao, but they decided to use up the battle dungeon first. How Tion and the others entered the dungeon again. It was still the familiar opening animation, and then they came to the faction selection interface. This time, Pork Bun could not sit still and said, "The escaping mercenaries are too difficult. The other factions should be easier. It's easier to survive being hunted down than running away. There are also reinforcements, so we should be able to survive. Let's try another faction." During the first challenge, Pork Bun had recorded the whole process, and it could be used as material. However, he was most concerned about the scene of the Dragon Emperor showing her power. Even if it was just a cutscene, it would be good. Fighting the dungeon was not his goal. The recording was. His only goal was to wait until the countdown ended and watch the cutscene. The few of them were quite familiar with each other. Seeing that he said so, Madblade and How Tion agreed. The others did not have any objections. This time, they chose the Darkstar faction. After being tortured the last time, they felt that choosing the Darkstar faction would be more reliable. This time, when they entered the dungeon, they realized that they had become ground troops following a hovering ship. There was still a countdown, but the Darkstar faction only had a 3-hour countdown. The mission was different from the escaping mercenaries. This time, they had to capture a certain number of mercenaries within the time limit. The optional missions were to protect the hovering ship at the beginning and help other Darkstar companions surround target. The challenge mission was to capture a specific target. The Darkstar faction had a special characteristic. As ground troops, they had to follow the hovering ship and could not leave freely. Otherwise, the dungeon would be judged as a failure and a battle would be triggered. Now we should be safe. From the role of prey to the role of the hunter, everyone felt a little relieved. They followed the hovering ship and soon found a group of mercenaries. When the order to attack was given, everyone immediately attacked. Then, it discovered a sad fact. Damn, mercenaries would fight back, and they were even more F***ing powerful. The hovering ship that everyone had spent so much effort to destroy was easily dismantled into pieces by this group of mercenaries whose levels were all question marks. Then, in order to get rid of the alarm, this group of mercenaries chased after them and killed them. Everyone was in danger and immediately fell from heaven to hell. Their hearts were broken. Who is the hunter here? Why are you running when you can fight so well? The prompt appeared, saying that reinforcements would arrive after 10 minutes. Their group of pursuers had become the ones running away. Both factions had their own dangers. Darkstar had more reinforcements, and mercenaries had stronger individual combat power. No matter which side they chose, they would have to face the advantage of the other side. However, there was an advantage to the Darkstar faction. As long as they ran a distance away, the mercenaries would not dare to follow them. Pork Bun ran away at lightning speed. He decisively betrayed his teammates. The others could only follow behind him and run for their lives. After running for a while and sacrificing 2 lives, the mercenaries finally retreated. The rest of the mercenaries were panting heavily. Bun Hit Dog ran the fastest, and he was in the best condition. He did not have any other strong points, but running fast was his only advantage. I think that since the hovering ship has been destroyed, we should stay here and wait for the dungeon to end. Before he finished speaking, a new order came from everyone's earphones. They were assigned to follow another hovering ship. It was the same as before. If they did not follow the order, they would fail the dungeon. There was no way to steal the chicken. It was impossible to paddle around. Everyone was helpless. Just as they were about to move, a new prompt appeared. Ding dong, the prompt echoed in their ears. The frame of their vision kept flashing with red light. It seemed to be very urgent. Notice, you are within 1 kilometer of the main character. Please carefully decide if you want to change your route. How Tion's eyes narrowed. According to the normal route, it is impossible for us to complete the mission. Why don't we try to contact the main character? I guess the main character is also divided into factions. If we can meet someone from the same faction, the difficulty of the dungeon should decrease. If we meet an enemy, it might be a sure kill plot. This is a gamble. He was very experienced. His analysis was clear and logical. Everyone felt that it was quite reasonable. They looked at each other. Let's wait then. The red light flashed more and more rapidly. It meant that the main character was getting closer and closer. It was like a death knell. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Boom! A faint vibration came from the wall. It was getting louder and louder. It seemed to be getting closer. This sound, Frenzied Sword's eyes suddenly widened as he realized something. He panicked and exclaimed, "Run!" However, it was too late. Boom! The next moment, the rock wall beside them collapsed. The round silver car ball broke through the rock wall and rolled over. They were in the middle of it. All of them were wiped out instantly. In the stronghold, how Tion and the others appeared again. They were all stunned. It was as if they had not recovered from being killed in one hit. They could not help but look at Madblade. Madblade's face was filled with pain. That's Black Phantom's vehicle. I was sitting in this ball when we escaped together. There is no way we can survive if we meet him. This is our bad luck. Port Bun's face twitched. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. I just wanted to record some material. Why are you doing this to me? The players of Black Star began their journey of suffering. They were tortured to death, but they still enjoyed it, feeling pain and happiness at the same time. Port Bun was the one who suffered the most. He did not have the spirit of a professional player. He was almost in a trance from the torture. However, for the material, he had to force himself to continue suffering. It was very tragic. The dungeon that Han Shao gave out was to keep the players busy for a period of time. The materials he ordered arrived 1 day later. He locked himself in the machinery modification room, accompanied by Metal and the Lathe, and started to build a new generation of combat system. Chapter 394. Fawn Planet 122. An old, small spaceship slowly landed on the devastated, grayish-black land. The airflow from the bottom of the spaceship caused ripples on the ground, and the engine made a buzzing noise. The propulsion system was very simple, and its speed, noise, and shock absorption performance were all very poor. It was a technology that was about to be phased out. In the galactic trade market, only the poor would buy such a simple spaceship. However, this antique spaceship was equipped with top-notch stealth equipment, such as optical invisibility, sound isolation, gravitational wave penetration, quantum network shielding, and so on. A few Dark Star members, disguised as travelers, walked down from the spaceship and placed a special signal diffuser on the ground. Invisible radio waves passed through the cracks on the planet's surface at an incredible speed and seeped into the ground. They went deeper and deeper into the crevices. In a dark, narrow space, a pair of eyes that had been asleep for a long time suddenly opened. There was a faint light on the back of his hand, and there was a microchip implanted in it. It received the signal and made a slight vibration. The vibration occurred in the blood vessels and bones, waking this person up. They're finally here. After a while, the spaceship on the surface finally saw the target appear. A man crawled out from a crack in the distance and walked over slowly. It was Ashes. His face was covered in dust, and his cheeks were thin. He was the only survivor of the Sirota fleet. Before the Dragon Emperor arrived, Sirota had issued the order to retreat, but Ashes knew that the enemy was Ames and knew that the mothership was doomed. He took the risk and chose to stay underground. He went deep into a cave and used his Esper ability to form a piece of carbon to wrap himself up. He then controlled his heartbeat and blood flow to enter a state of suspended animation. As expected, his comrades who had boarded the fleet and retreated were all blown up by the mercenary fleet and the Holy Stone Black Crow. They turned into bright fireworks in space and turned into ashes. After the destruction of the Sarota fleet, the mercenaries captured Sarota, the highest commander of the mothership, so they did not have the time to search the entire planet for any survivors. This Darkstar fleet was basically wiped out, so there was no need to waste any more time. Ashes survived. Important officers like him had a positioning chip implanted in them. After everyone left the planet, a rescue spaceship came to pick him up. At that time, Han Xiao was also inclined to believe that Ashes had kicked the bucket, but he still had some doubts in his heart. After all, such a legendary character should not die so easily. However, he also did not have the means to search the entire planet. The other mercenaries were rushing to Ghidorah and would not help him. With just his manpower, who knew how long it would take to search the entire planet? There was no need. Furthermore, in terms of probability, it was not worth it. Thus, Han Xiao did not investigate, and whether Ashes was dead or alive. Or not. Han Xiao. A few Darkstar warriors wanted to help him up, but they were all waved away by Ashes. He did not need anyone to help him up. With a cold expression, he said with a deep voice, "Tell me the current situation. Are Sarota and the others all dead?" AIM shot down Sarota's mothership. We were attacked by the Holy Stone and Black Crow, and the fleet was completely wiped out. Some of the members on the mothership survived, including Sarota. They were all handed over to Ghidorah by the mercenaries. Colton News reported this a few days ago. They were all sent to the Rainbow Prison. Every mothership was a mobile base of Darkstar. Losing any one of them was a heavy loss. Ashes clenched his teeth. What about the secret message bead? We received rumors that the secret message bead was originally picked up by the Dragon Guards and handed over to the Holy Stone civilization. They handed it over to Ghidorah. Ash's body shook, and he said with a deep voice, "In other words, our sacrifice was meaningless. It was all in vain. How can we let such a huge loss go? Even if we can't beat the Dragon Emperor, we have to make her pay the price. She attacked us to save Black Star, so we have to find a chance to get rid of Black Star and let her know that we're not to be messed with." At this moment, a voice that was as heavy as a mountain and sonorous and forceful stopped Ashes from speaking. At such a crucial time, it's not suitable to provoke a strong enemy. Remember, Ghidorah is the real enemy. A virtual image appeared in front of Ember. It was a mixed-blood Ghidorah with pale golden skin. There were some weird scales and wrinkles on his skin, and there was a mysterious pattern on his forehead that extended all the way to his eye bags and nose. It was like the war paint of a barbarian. This person was older, but his eyes were extremely sharp, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. As soon as he saw him, the anger in Ash's eyes disappeared. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Teacher." The few Darkstar members beside him also lowered their heads in fear. "Your Excellency, Anner." Anner was the teacher who had unearthed the potential of Ash's Esper ability and taught him. He was a high-level officer of Darkstar and one of the few Grade A combatants in the organization. His position was respected, just below the leader. He looked down at Ashes and said in a deep voice, "I can see that you are angry. Tell me, who made you angry?" "Black Star. He is a mercenary group leader under the Dragon Emperor. I have lost him twice, no, 3 times. Ever since I started working for the organization, I have only lost to him 3 times. He has humiliated me, and he has a special ability that counters my Esper ability. Only his death can wash away my humiliation." Enner interrupted and coldly said, "Childish and narrow-minded. The organization has invested a huge amount of resources into you and groomed you into a powerful warrior. It's not for you to deal with unimportant people. The organization has high hopes for you, and the responsibility you bear is far beyond your imagination. A small mercenary shouldn't be your target, and it's a waste of time to put your eyes on him." After pausing for a while, he added, "Furthermore, Black Star is a member under the Dragon Emperor. Now is not the time to provoke them. Wait until the big picture is formed, then slowly settle the score." Ashes lowered his head and asked, "What should I do?" "Anger has affected your rationality. This is an unforgivable mistake. You are not allowed to go out on missions for a year. Stay in the base and focus on training. Reflect on this properly. Understood. Ashes nodded. He respected Anna very much. He calmed down and accepted such an arrangement. His hostility toward Black Star was suppressed to the bottom of his heart. His teacher was right. He was destined to become the trump card of the organization, and he should not waste his energy on unimportant people. After thinking for a while, Ashes asked one last question. Teacher, what about the secret message bead? Ghidorah has obtained the secret message bead, and they will know what is inside sooner or later. The 7th-generation mutation source is in Ghidorah's hands, and there is a risk of the organization's plans being exposed. This matter needs to be discussed at length. In a few days, the leader will hold a meeting to discuss this matter. The future plans will have to be adjusted based on this reason. After getting the answer, Ashes did not delay any longer. He boarded the spaceship and left. Uberly Hub. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The players did not have much to do in the stronghold and spent most of their time farming dungeons. They tried many battles. Power of the Dragon Emperor, exchanging their experiences and finding a way to clear the stage. First, they had to choose the support team faction. The countdown was the same as the Dark Star faction, 3 hours. Comparing the three, this was the easiest faction. Then, they had to be lucky and meet Goa of the Sky Ring Army in the first 20 minutes. Then, without doing any side missions, they had to follow Goa for 2 hours and leave before meeting the next wave of enemies that could wipe out the players. This way, they would be able to pass 2 hours and 20 minutes. The only difficult part was the last 40 minutes. If everything went smoothly, there should be 6 to 8 players left. By betraying their teammates one by one, there was a chance that one person would be able to clear the stage. This would cause the reward to decrease by 90, but at least they would be able to clear the stage. However, although there was a theoretical method, most of it was based on luck. So far, no one had succeeded. Originally, these professional players thought that if they chose the mercenary faction, they would be able to survive if they met Han Xiao. However, they thought too much. No matter which faction they chose, they would definitely die if they met Han Xiao. The Dark Star faction was needless to say. If it was the mercenary faction or the support team, after meeting Han Xiao, they would be able to survive for a long time. However, they would definitely meet Ashes in the end, and everyone would be killed instantly. Even if they left Han Xiao early, they would still meet Ashes. The professional players shifted their focus to the level 60 Germinal Organization dungeons. The level was suitable, and it was much easier. No matter how high the reward of the level 90 dungeon was, they could only see it, but not touch it. Port Bun did not manage to record the Dragon Emperor's material, so he could only do a series from before. He recorded the scenes of the level 60 Germinal Organization dungeon and continued the Black Phantom chapter. Coincidentally, this series had not ended yet. The players had only heard of Han Zhao's deeds, but had not seen the actual scenes. Port Bun's video recorded the progress of the dungeon. The Germinal Organization dungeon was a large-scale team dungeon where Han Xiao infiltrated the Germinal Organization headquarters until the Germinal Organization was finally destroyed. It progressed layer by layer, and it was magnificent. Port Bun originally only wanted to use this episode as a transition, but once the video was released, the response was beyond his expectations. The popularity was actually comparable to the Black Star chapter, which surprised him greatly. Chapter 395. No matter how popular Ames was, she would not be able to shake Han Zhao's position. After all, she was just a new character, and everyone was familiar with Han Xiao. His image would not be affected because of this. The Dragon Emperor was beautiful, but Han Xiao would be able to give her benefits. What's the use of just looking good? Only a qualified NPC that can help us earn money is one that's above the low-level interests. Furthermore, according to the progress of the 3rd episode of Pork Bun's Black Star chapter, Han Xiao and the Dragon Emperor were on the same side. Their combined influence made the players look forward to it even more. Because Port Bun had edited the Black Star series in the style of a series, Han Shao and the Black Star mercenary were the first-person perspective, which made the audience feel as if they were a member of the Black Star. Seeing the growth of the faction, they felt happy and empathized with it. This episode was the new episode of the Black Phantom series. It was the end of the Germinal Organization. Han Shao stole information from the Germinal Organization headquarters, ran for thousands of miles, fought countless fierce battles, and received reinforcement from the Six Nations, and fought his last battle in the encirclement. The convoy rushed across the vast yellow desert. The wind blew up sand, and the air was filled with killing intent. The cannon fire was like a steel rainstorm, blowing up desert flowers, and the rumbling of the explosions was like rolling thunder that swept across the land. The scene followed Port Bun's perspective, and he personally participated in the battle in the dungeon. In order to better reflect the impact, he chose to be on the Germinal Organization's side. He personally saw Han Shao rampaging around, unstoppable. His movements were like lightning. One moment, he killed a few Germinal Organization executives. The next moment, he flashed a few hundred meters away and knocked over a few off-road vehicles. The shockwaves were like knives, scratching their faces painfully. In Port Bun's scene, Han Shao was like a boss, and the Germinal Organization leader was fighting him head-on. The shockwaves from the collisions were no less loud than the explosions of cannons. Even the air was shaking, and the scene was shaking. The shockwaves almost overflowed the scene. It was as if the scene would shatter like a mirror in the next moment. As the two of them fought, they were like a dragon slithering through the entire battlefield. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to send the soldiers and chariots flying. The audience was so nervous that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Boom! The last thunderous strike shook the scene. The audience was shocked. Their emotions seemed to have drained 1,000 miles away. They finally took a deep breath. The Germinal Organization leader spat out blood and flew backward. He rolled on the sand, leaving a trail of more than 100 meters. He fell to the ground and continued to vomit blood. On the other side, Han Shao stood among the broken pieces of the mechanical suit on the ground. Port Bun was knocked to the ground by the shockwave just now. Now, his perspective was looking up. The flying dust and sand fell like a yellow curtain being pulled apart. Han Shao stood under the scorching sun on the yellow sand in the middle of the cannon fire, with lightning crackling all over his body. At this moment, the level of coolness was maxed out. Even if the Blue Star players knew that Han Shao was very strong, they could not help but feel excited. It was the first time that the players from other planets saw Han Shao's performance. It was the best performance of his career right off the bat. They were shocked. They could not help but tremble in excitement. Wow, this man is so strong. So he's this kind of person. He even had such an experience in the past. Every novice planet had a main character. In comparison, Han Shao was the most eye-catching existence. Many new viewers who were attracted by the Black Star chapter were surprised and interested. They wanted to look for Port Bun's past videos to learn more about Han Shao. The video continued. The last scene was the nuclear explosion of the Germinal Organization headquarters. The mushroom cloud rose into the sky, its shape unpredictable. The dark red flames and the thick smoke looked like boiling magma from hell. It was earth-shattering. Just as the audience was shocked, the sound of the explosion suddenly disappeared. Only the image of the nuclear explosion was left. At the same time, a man's voice sounded in the background. The dark clouds of war cover the blue sky like the wings of death. At the end of the video, Port Bun ingeniously added Han Shao's speech. The image here was the end of the Germinal Organization. The Six Nations dropped a nuclear bomb to end the war. The background was Han Shao's speech when he built the sanctuary. The image of the nuclear explosion served as a foil to the content of the speech. The Six Nations started the war for their own interests, and the sanctuary aimed to preserve the fire of civilization. The contrast was very strong, and the feeling was different. After the video ended, the audience was not satisfied. It was as if they had watched a short epic. Thinking back to the direction of the Blue Star story, they were filled with emotions. Although Han Xiao did not say anything from beginning to the end, with the speech that Pork Bun added at the end, his acting was off the charts. Some of the audience imagined what he was thinking and interpreted his actions. At the time of the incident, there were already players who did similar things. Now, the topic was hot again. Real men don't talk nonsense. They just do it. He, Zero, is righteous and understands the suffering of the people. That's why he wants to destroy the evil germinal organization. Not bad, not bad. As expected of my husband. The input method of the commenter above is very smart. Black Phantom, Bullsh asterisk T, I just want to elope with my sister. Do you think my nickname of Master Han is just for show? Players from all walks of life discussed with their imaginations. Although this video was rushed, Pork Bun was the production manager, so it attracted a lot of attention. Han Zhao's presence was greatly emphasized, and his influence was subtle. Han Xiao originally gave the players a rich impression, but this video of the end of the germinal organization made the players' impression of him sublimate and become clearer. He had a legendary aura, and his unique charm was slowly taking shape. It was the characteristic and personality that separated him from other characters. He was unique. This was the goal that Han Xiao brought Pork Bun with him. Now, it seemed that he had done a good job. Han Xiao, who was building machinery, took a break to watch the video. He was very satisfied. A few days later, in the machinery modification room, the smell of metal filled the air. The results of the past few days, hundreds of small balls, were neatly stacked on the table. It's finally done. It's faster than I expected. These creations were new machines that he had created by refining low-level machinery blueprints of the same type. Their performance and attributes were significantly improved, and they had many advantages. Before he started building, he had spent 2 to 3 million experience to level up these blueprints to the maximum level. The more he built, the more familiar he was with them, and the faster he could build them. Han Xiao took off his protective suit, counted the number, and separated the different types of mechanical balls. There was a method to using the compressed balls. Normally, mechanics would carry these balls with them in a small bag or make them into accessories such as necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and so on. They could also be tied to the ends of their braids like Ghidorah's investigator or put these balls into their combat suits. Because the compressed structure was very tight, it was a whole, and there could not be any extra parts. Therefore, it was impossible to make a ball within a ball. Otherwise, it would be an infinite expansion. Only a whole machine or a single part could form a compressed ball. Han Xiao had compressed the mechanical suit. Therefore, in his normal state, he used a black combat belt to store the compressed balls. This belt was originally used to store magazines. With the metal buckle as the center, the belt was split into two, forming an X shape. It was clipped to his waist to increase his carrying capacity. This belt was used to store the more important weapons, and the core machinery like the mechanical suit was made into an accessory. He wore a necklace made of 3 compressed balls, a bracelet on his left and right wrist, and 2 earrings made of small balls. He wore them on his left and right ears. His hair was not short, and it was tied into a braid. At the end of the braid, there were a few compressed balls tied to it. Han Xiao came to the mirror and looked at himself. He was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 396. Han Xiao felt that it was all right. In the face of practicality, he did not care much about appearance. Although being handsome was something that could last forever, he chose to be strong. Other than the belt and accessories, he could also store quite a number of compressed orbs in his clothes. In his normal state, he would look like this. Once he entered a battle, he would summon his mechanical suit. He had added ejection tubes to store and release compressed orbs in the structure of the mechanical suit. As long as the mechanical suit was equipped, a special magnetic link would be able to absorb the compressed orbs on his body. Just like loading bullets, the compressed orbs would enter different parts of the mechanical suit and be ejected at any time. There were hundreds of compressed orbs, and some of them were backup machines. After sorting out the results, Han Shao pushed open the door and walked out of the machinery modification room. Haluz was waiting at the door. Seeing him come out, he walked forward and said, "Captain, Lurden and the others arrived at Uberly Hub 2 days ago. They're waiting to see you. Lead the way." Han Shao adjusted his clothes. The two of them left the base, sat on the floating vehicle in the hub hall, and merged into the large group that was shuttling in the air. After a while, they landed in the middle floor of a building at the edge of the hall. This floor was filled with temporary restrooms, and there was a small temporary base that the Sunil mercenaries had rented. The location was remote and the space was narrow, so it was the cheapest restroom. They were as frugal as usual. Ding dong. They pressed the doorbell, and the silver alloy door slid open. The two of them walked in. More than 50 people were squeezed in the narrow room. It was very cramped and crowded. This was half of the total number of people. The other half stayed in the restroom next door and rushed over when they heard the news. Han Shao saw that it was really too crowded, so he asked everyone to go to the public rooftop outside to talk. The public rooftop also functioned as a parking area for flying vehicles. It was like a mini port, and behind it was the city-like hub hall. There were many tall buildings, and flying vehicles were flying in the sky, taking off and landing on each floor. The wind blew past the rooftop, messing up one's hair and bringing a hint of heat. The wind blown by the vehicles was hot. "Black Star, Captain." The Sunil mercenaries nodded and greeted him. Lurden was chosen as the representative to express their gratitude. Han Shao sized up this group of people. Most of the Sunil mercenaries were disabled and had put on mechanical prosthetics. He had seen the mercenaries' resumes before, and more than half of them were Grade C supers, with a small portion being Grade D supers. Logically speaking, Grade D supers were not suitable to be mercenaries, as it was too dangerous. However, Sunil was in a difficult situation, and no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. He could only let the stronger mercenaries lead the weaker members. "How about this? I'll choose a mission that suits you, and you can decide if you want to accept it or not. Since you've joined me, you have to listen to my orders. I'll say the ugly words first. You can object to my orders, and we can discuss it, but if you disobey my orders behind my back, I'll immediately terminate the cooperation. Of course, I don't want such a situation to happen. I understand your difficult situation. After all, I've been hired by the Sunil catastrophe before, so you don't have to worry that I'll force you to do missions that you can't complete." Since he was the leader of the faction, he had to ensure that he was the absolute leader. Although the Sunil mercenaries were talents to him, Han Shao would not completely give in to them because of that. The Sunil mercenaries nodded and had no objections. In their eyes, Han Shao being willing to let them share his influence was already helping them in their hour of need. Han Shao opened the mercenary interface, selected a few missions, and let everyone choose. These missions were not public missions that the Alliance had given out to everyone, but private requests from other partners. The benefits were very good. The difference was that when normal mercenaries applied for missions, they were the ones being selected. However, these private missions that Han Shao had received were people coming to him and inviting him to work together. The two were fundamentally different. This was the benefit of the Black Star mercenaries' fame. The partners were all large mercenary groups and did not necessarily need help. However, they were willing to share the benefits in order to build a good relationship with him, mainly because of his identity as Floating Dragon. Most of the Sunil mercenaries worked alone, risking their lives for a meager reward. They had never seen a mission with such good rewards and safety. They were overjoyed. Although they only had a few choices, they still fell into a dilemma. After discussing for a while, they chose to accept the cooperation request from the Sky Ring Army and escort a resource exploration team to the North Garden star system to develop an uninhabited planet. While everyone was choosing, Han Shao did not say anything. He leaned against the transparent glass railing of the rooftop and played with a compressed orb with his head down. After they finished choosing, he said, "Although this mission is quite simple, I need to test your combat strength first, just in case. Let's go to the combat simulation room." The Sunil mercenaries felt helpless and felt that it was unnecessary, but they could only follow their captain's orders. The group set off and went to the combat simulation room. Han Xiao rented a large room. After walking in, he stood in front of everyone, facing them. The Sunil mercenaries looked at each other. Lurden coughed, stepped forward, and said, "Then I'll be the first to test." "No need. You guys come together to save time." Han Xiao curled his finger. Everyone was shocked. "We have more than 100 people here. Even if you're a grade B super, you're too arrogant to ask us to attack together." Anger rose from the bottom of their hearts. They felt that they were being underestimated. "Although they were here to rely on you, you'll regret it if you underestimate us." With anger on their faces, the Sunil mercenaries spread out, took out their weapons, and got ready for battle. The team of more than 100 people bent slightly and got ready to charge. The aura they gathered was like a lion that was about to pounce on its prey, and there was only Han Xiao on the other side. Only when they were valued would they receive better treatment. Everyone decided to go all out and show their full strength. "Since you want to be beaten up, we'll let you have a good time." Haluz activated the simulation room. The white room turned into a flat, gray rock surface. It was very vast. He looked at the warriors of his race who were ready for battle and shook his head. In the past few days, he had been called by Han Xiao occasionally to test the power of his weapons. He had a deep understanding of Han Xiao's combat ability. At this time, he only hoped that these people of his race would not be beaten too badly. Han Xiao moved his shoulders and touched the compressed orbs in his belt. At this moment, he suddenly felt like time had reversed. It was as if he had returned to the past, when he first used the mechanic class to shine, beating up all the little kids in the arena. From then on, he had walked the path of being a booster player, never to return. At this time, he was not only testing the Sunil mercenaries, but also testing his own combat ability and establishing his authority. The Sunil mercenaries had joined for his influence and did not think much of his strength. Now, most of the mercenaries looked at the Black Star mercenary this way. Many of them were jealous and felt that Black Star was purely lucky to have the Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, it would have been a third-rate team. They would have done the same. This was the drawback of becoming famous quickly. It made people doubt his strength. Han Xiao had known this for a long time. However, after weighing the pros and cons, it was definitely more profitable to borrow the power of others. It was normal for there to be some side effects. Mercenaries had always respected the strong. He was doing this to convince this group of people and establish his authority. The corners of his mouth curled up, showing a hint of fighting spirit. "Come!" Bang, bang, bung. As soon as he said that, the Sunil mercenaries immediately moved and charged forward. The long-range soldiers shot cannons and lasers, closing in quickly. Han Xiao stood still, and a flash of lightning flashed on his body. The two compressed orbs that were acting as earrings flew into the air and quickly turned into two sets of floating shuttles, forming two blue-purple shields above his head and in front of his body. All the long-range attacks exploded on the thin energy shield, and the mirror-like shield rippled with energy. Buzz, 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 the sound of electric current continued. Immediately after, compressed orbs flew out of his belt one after another, floating around him. The lightning-like magnetic energy was directly activated, and these compressed orbs were scattered by the magnetic force. They were as fast as bullets, dragging long and thin lightning trails behind them. With a clang, they hit the ground and spread out. This scene was like a fairy scattering flowers, and soldiers formed from beans, instantly spread out. The next second, 22 ground turrets and 14 floating turrets appeared on the field, firing at the hundreds of enemies in unison. Tut, 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 tut. The flames at the muzzles were more than a meter long. Some of them were large-caliber cannon turrets that used special ammunition, and some were electromagnetic cannon turrets. The firepower of 36 cannon turrets covered no blind spots. The formation of the Sunil mercenaries was instantly messed up. Their speed decreased, and they had difficulty dodging the rain of bullets. The turrets were located beside or behind Han Xiao, and the surrounding area of 100 meters was filled with mechanical traps that restricted movement and prevented the enemy from advancing. Each trap was 1 to 2 meters in size, and the trigger range was larger than the size of the traps. They flickered with dangerous electricity and sparks, making people not want to try stepping on them. In the twinkling of an eye, a position spread out around him. The Sunil mercenaries immediately found it difficult to move forward. They were surrounded by danger, and they instantly fell into a passive position. Chapter 397. After obtaining the compression technology, the depth and breadth of the mechanic class's combat power had increased at the same time. They had the ability to instantly take the initiative or turn the situation around. The speed of setting up the battlefield had a huge impact on the final outcome of the battle. In a version after the rise of the mechanic class, the other supers would basically rush forward and stop the mechanic from setting up the battlefield. If the mechanic class was allowed to set up the weapons, the situation would be irreversible, and they would slide into the abyss of failure. Of course, this was a normal situation. Some special abilities or items would not be considered for the time being. From the perspective of the battle rhythm, the mechanic class naturally had the rhythm, forcing the enemy to have no choice but to deal with it. This was a huge advantage. Furthermore, even if the rhythm of the mechanic class was temporarily broken and he had no time to set up the battlefield, he could not let his guard down. If the mechanic class took a breather and set up the battlefield, the situation would be reversed and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Han Zhao's mechanic class had just taken shape, and he already had such a troublesome ability. He was very experienced, so the speed of setting up the battlefield could not be slow. At this time, the battlefield was filled with cannon fire, and the Sunil mercenaries fell one after another. This was a spar. After the Sunil mercenaries fell, Haluz, who was waiting at the side, dragged them out of the battlefield. He had been busy since the start of the battle and had not stopped at all. A pugilist mercenary suddenly jumped up and drew a parabola in the air, trying to avoid the traps all over the ground and jump to Han Zhao's side. At this time, a metal trap that he had jumped over was suddenly triggered. A bouncing mine shot into the air and exploded with a bang, exploding with a net-like blue electric current. Taking a closer look, this was a capture trap made of thin metal ropes. It was connected to a high voltage, and it covered the pugilist mercenary in midair. Buzz! The man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was instantly electrocuted and charred black. He fell into another repulsive trap, and an invisible force sprayed towards the cone-shaped area above him. The man bounced up again with his head down. A few turrets turned towards him and focused their fire. The continuous barrage of bullets was like an elongated stick pushing him out. With a bang, he fell until he was dizzy and directly fainted. This scene instantly dispelled the other mercenaries' thoughts of jumping up. You want to jump over? Not so easy. Han Xiao smiled. There were mines in the trap, and there were also bouncing traps that could detect objects in the air to prevent them from advancing in the air. Within the range of his mechanical force, the machinery would receive his own bonuses. Some of the cannons were placed beside him, and their power was increased by several times. Whoever charged at the front would receive the most intense firepower. Faced with such a situation, the mercenaries spread out and charged from different directions to disperse the firepower of the cannons. Lurden was covered in a green shield. He was blinking under the rain of bullets, but he still ran forward. In other directions, there were many mercenaries equipped with shield generators. Colorful light balls passed through the cannon fodder and traps and approached quickly. Han Xiao curled his finger, and another wave of compressed orbs flew out and landed beside him. They expanded and turned into more than 20 beast-shaped robots. They were about the size of a medium-sized dog, completely black and covered in armor. However, they had the streamlined body of a cheetah, like an armored Black Panther. There was a vertical opening on each of their shoulders, revealing 3 gun barrels arranged side by side. They were equipped with machine guns inside, and they had segmented scorpion-like tails that were very agile. At the end of the tails was a sharp alloy blade that flashed with electricity. Han Xiao had prepared a total of 3 combos. The first was the multiple turrets fire coverage style, which did not require any technical skills. All he had to do was shoot. The second was the trap style, which required some control. It mainly depended on whether the area of the trap could protect himself and restrict the enemy's movement. The third was the hound style. The hound style was to control a group of small mechanical beasts to harass, and kill the enemy like hounds. The reason it was called this was because the basic machine that formed this style was called a mechanical hound. This kind of blueprint was relatively easy to obtain, and Han Xiao was using an enhanced version of the mechanical beasts. Black Panther Combat Mechanical Beast was a new blueprint that he had created by combining the blueprints of many low-level mechanical beasts. A Black Panther had 2,700 armor points, while the basic mechanical hound only had 1,500. Its attack was also about 70 points higher, and it had more functions. Its performance was also stronger, and it had an essential self-destruct function. Go! Han Xiao pursed his lips, and more than 20 mechanical Black Panthers dashed out. They were very fast, and the gun barrels on their shoulders opened fire. They moved between the gaps of the traps and attacked from the side of the enemy. This was the weakest spot of the enemy's defense, and it immediately slowed down the group's pace. Once the mercenaries got close to the mechanical Black Panthers, the Black Panthers would immediately jump away and keep their distance. They would only get close to the enemy when they were ambushing. Sometimes, 3 or 4 mechanical Black Panthers would form a team and attract the enemy's attention from different directions. Then, a mechanical Black Panther would ambush them from the back. It would jump up, and its tail would slash horizontally, leaving behind a cold glint. The mechanical Black Panthers were equipped with smart chips, and 4 of them formed a group. They could only be used as a unit for simple tactical coordination. Han Zhao's chip manufacturing skills were still at the basic level, so the mechanical Black Panther's combat ability was not independent enough. The commands they could recognize were limited, and they could only be used to harass turrets, traps, and mechanical beasts. These 3 axes were used, and the Sunil mercenaries felt like they were wading through mud. Han Xiao observed the effects and nodded. This system is not afraid of being ganged up on, and it can beat up supers weaker than me. If it's against people of the same level, it can also be used to harass and drain their health. But the damage will be very high. Bang! Just as he was thinking, a mechanical Black Panther was blown away and smashed into a turret, tilting the barrel. In the blink of an eye, someone finally passed through the blockade. Lurden was surrounded by green light, and he finally got to his side. With a low roar, the green light in his hand turned into a knight's light spear, and he suddenly stabbed forward. Clatter! In the blink of an eye, the compressed orbs on his necklace expanded, and a white mechanical suit covered his body instantly. The light spear stabbed his chest, but it could not pierce through this white mechanical suit. Han Xiao did not say anything and slapped him. Bang! Lurden was slapped to the ground face first, and his face hit the ground with a loud thud. He could not fight back at all. Everyone's expression changed. They saw that Han Zhao's appearance had changed. He was wearing a white combat suit. The texture of the armor was like bone, but it was unbelievably tough. It looked more like a knight's armor made of bone. The armor was beautifully designed, and the shoulders were carved into the shape of a dragon's head. The chest armor was connected to the abdomen, and it could support more agile movements. The people present did not know if they were hallucinating, but this mechanical suit seemed to be giving off an inexplicable aura, making them feel mysterious. Void Dragon, single soldier mechanical suit. Compared to snake-type mechanical suits, such as Viper and Amphiptera, this dragon mechanical suit was stronger. It was not that the technology was more advanced, but that the materials used were rare. It was made from the Void Dragon bones obtained from Floating Dragon Island. It was light and tough, and it contained special energy. This mechanical suit did not have so many mechanical weapons, and it was specifically used for melee combat. Its armor value was a terrifying 30,000 points. Furthermore, the Void Dragon Bones gave the mechanical suit additional equipment and skills. Han Zhao's necklace had 3 compressed orbs, all of which were mechanical suits. One was Void Dragon, and the other two were Amphiptera. Whether a mechanic was strong or not depended on the attributes and quantity of the machinery. He did not lack either. He could only do this if he was rich. Seeing this, the other mercenaries all stopped in their tracks and smiled bitterly. We admit defeat. The difference in strength was too great. They had tried so hard to get close, but they realized that Han Shao was stronger than all the machinery present. There was no way they could fight him at all. There were more than 100 of them. They had thought that they were the ones fighting, but now they felt like they were the ones being beaten up. They had clearly surrounded Han Shao, but it felt like Han Shao had surrounded them alone. Han Shao smacked his lips. He was not satisfied yet. He had not tested all his weapons, and there was still a set of cannons that he had not taken out. He could only regretfully put away all his machinery. After cleaning up the battlefield, this group of Sunil mercenaries gathered in front of Han Shao. They had only suffered some light injuries, and their eyes were filled with respect. The strong were always respected. Han Shao said a few words, mostly saying that they had passed the test and that their strength was not bad. He then sent the Sunil away and told them to go on with their missions. Returning to the base alone, Han Shao went to the machinery modification room, pondered, and summarized his experience. Based on the current results, the battle plan I envisioned is basically formed. The difficulty of my class advancement at level 95 is a bit high, so I might be stuck at this level for a long time. This combo is very strong at this stage, so it can be used as a transition. There are also many ways to strengthen it. He took out these newly built mechanical weapons and looked at the attributes of the items on the interface again. There was a variety of turrets and traps. They were all new blueprints that he had combined with various mechanical technologies, and their performance had increased by 25 to 40%. He looked at Void Dragon's data. Amphiptera was a more well-rounded type, so he did not create another duplicate type. Void Dragon was good at close combat, and because of the rare materials, the equipment's abilities were very strong. Void Dragon type, combat uniformed light mech grade, purple equipment requirements, LV90, mechanic, more than 4,000 energy, more than 200 D&D basic stats, armor 30400/30400, defense 375, power level 1,360, energy 9,000, height 191 meters, weight 143 pounds, control method low-level smart chip plus nerve link plus 10 DX, energy source, portable stabilized nuclear fission mini reactor, automatic recharge, restores 120 energy per minute. If energy is used as fuel, energy consumption 30/S, energy recovery 55/S, standby mode consumption 25 energy/min battle mode consumption 48 energy/min core power output 775/1, 200 skeleton module, TM 150 nano biochemical tendons. Mechanical suits inner lining. Provides elasticity with movement. Increases damage output and physical performance. Plus 57 STR, plus 45 dex. Power output 150. Energy can be used to stimulate the tendons. Energy consumption 40 energy per minute. Plus 33 overall attributes armor module. Void Dragon skeleton, pink rare material. Plus 28,000 armor. Plus 320 defense palm module. Vibration converter, purple. Generates vibration damage. 11% of melee damage is armor piercing. Power output 50 wrist module. Wrist strength enhancement ring. Plus 10 STR. Power output 30 leg module. Internal booster injection circuit. Plus 8 DX. Power output 30 propulsion module. Small maneuvering equipment. Purple X12. Power output 240 survival module. Vital signs monitoring. Temperature maintenance system. Oxygen filtration. Gravity stabilizer. Emergency injection device. High pressure resistance device. Power output 150 chip module. Damage detection. Analysis database. Trajectory prediction. Remote control. Combat assistance. Neuron. Signal conversion. Power output 110 accessory module. Electromagnetic pulse controller, purple. Gains excited status. +7 all attributes. Lasts for 15 minutes. Energy consumption, 5. Power output, 15 accessory module. Compressed orb storage and ejection pipe accessory ability. Powerful performance. In battle mode, more energy is allocated to the biochemical tendons to generate more power. +45 STR, +35 deck side effect. This equipment is buffed by the power of the void. After equipping, max HP will be reduced by 3,000. Chapter 398. The equipment restriction is quite high. Normally, when a mechanic reaches LV90, it will be very difficult for their endurance to reach 200 points. Even if they have 200 points of endurance, they will only have 8,000 HP. After wearing it, I will lose 3,000 HP, which is almost half of my total HP. I'm most afraid of psychic attacks. They can penetrate my armor, but that's only 1/5 of my HP. Han Shao nodded in his mind. The Void Dragon was the strongest combat suit that he could create at the moment. He had used up all the materials and could not replicate it. Be it in terms of tankiness or damage output, it was insanely strong. The two core skills were indestructible durability and Void Jet. The former increased resistance and had the ability to self-repair, while the latter had terrifying explosive power. It came from the magic accumulated in the bones of the Void Dragon. Although Han Shao was a mechanic, due to the special properties of the materials, the Void Dragon he created could be considered half magic and half machine equipment. If he wanted to make the self-repair effect through mechanical means, there were many possibilities. For example, nano-repair robots, which require the high-end knowledge of the energy branch nano-power, or alloys with memory characteristics, which require the equipment branch, high-end material technology. By the way, speaking of magic, Han Zhao's eye sparkled. He called the three Volga brothers over. The three of them looked like they were made from the same mold, and it was difficult to recognize them. Usually, the boss would speak on behalf of the three of them. "Captain, why are you looking for us? What kind of magic do you know?" Han Shao looked at the boss of the Volga brothers. "I'm a mage, proficient in water spells," the boss of the Volga brothers introduced. The eldest Volga brother introduced. The second brother is good at evocation spells and buffing auras, while the third brother is a psychic. Actually, when we were young, the three of us went to the Mage Advanced Study Academy together, but only the third brother was rejected. I still remember the recruitment tutor telling him, "Give up magic. Your talent is not suitable for this school. To you, magic is as high as Mount Verisal." Do you know Mount Verisal? That's the highest mountain in our hometown. Boss was a chatterbox, and he could not stop talking. He changed the topic in an instant. Han Shao was stunned for 2 seconds, and the topic had already changed to how their first pet died in their childhood. "Stop." Han Shao hurriedly stopped the boss of the Volga brothers, coughed, and said, "I called you guys over to add magic to the weapon." As he spoke, he pointed at the machine on the table. The three of them had no objections to the captain's request. However, when they looked around, their expressions immediately turned bitter. With so many machines, the workload was simply too great. I've written down the specific requirements on a piece of paper. It's on the table. You guys can take your time when you don't have any missions. Han Shao waved his hand and strode away, leaving the three of them looking at each other. The third Volga brother was in high spirits. He was not a sorcerer, so it was none of his business. He glanced at his two brothers gloatingly and left proudly. The other two looked at his swaggering back and only wanted to reward him with a magic light bomb. In theory, enchantments could be applied to most inanimate objects. Naturally, it could be applied to machines as well. Enchantment was also one of the life professions that mage players came with. In my previous life, most mages had part-time jobs in the enchantment profession to earn extra money. Water enchantments increased physical damage reduction, while evoking professions generally gave extra attack power. Han Shao had temporarily reached his limit by using machines to strengthen his weapons. He was looking for a new way to strengthen them. Since there were mages in the team, he would try to make use of them. I'm currently level 95, 5 levels away from the level 100 promotion requirement. However, my mechanic main class is stuck at the class advancement requirement, and I'm required to learn 2 high-end knowledges. Sigh, I haven't even learned all the class advancement knowledges yet. Shaking his head, Han Xiao felt a little helpless. His main class had reached the 5th stage, which was level 65. When the players had a main class at this level, it would already be in version 20. The next class advancement would only be completed in version 30, and only then would they be able to come into contact with high-end knowledges. Even in version 30, the cost of learning high-end knowledges was extremely high. They basically had to be exchanged from the faction store, and the players had to work very hard to accumulate enough favorability and money. The class advancement requirement that he had randomly obtained this time was not easy. Just the class advancement knowledges alone had taken him so much effort, and high-end knowledges were even harder to obtain. There was only 1 high-end knowledges for sale in the Garden Star System's regional exchange, and it was one of the more marginal ones. Even so, the price was tens of times higher than the class advancement knowledges. He had more than 100,000 anas, but he still could not afford it. There were 2 difficulties with this class advancement requirement. The first was money, and the second was the channel. The former required time to earn money, and the latter required time to slowly find sellers in the various star systems in the Shattered Star Ring. Very few mechanics were willing to share their knowledge, so Han Xiao felt that he would not be able to complete the class advancement in a short time, even with his identity as Floating Dragon. There's a class advancement requirement at level 100, so I might as well find a new subclass and raise it to level 100. I'll take a look at the class advancement requirement first. If it's convenient, I can complete it together with the class advancement requirement. Han Xiao pondered. The secret message bead triggered 3 large missions for me, all related to Ghidorah and Darkstar. I'll have to plan slowly and not act rashly before the next version. No, including the hidden mission on Erosia, it should be 4 high-difficulty missions. Erosia was very mysterious. She had awakened the energy Esper ability, and she seemed to be curious about Esper abilities. Han Xiao told Erosia to train her energy, and sometimes he would teach her personally. He realized that Erosia was very talented, and her body contained extraordinary potential. It was like a dormant treasure, and her Esper ability absorbed nutrients from it and grew very quickly. Han Xiao estimated that in less than a month, she would officially reach grade. He opened the forums and browsed through the players' posts as usual. He saw that among the Black Star mercenary players, someone had posted the process and difficulty of the level 90 dungeon. This was the first time that all the players had seen a dungeon that exceeded the level limit of the version, and it caused a lot of discussion. Han Xiao only knew the situation of the new dungeon after reading it once. He calculated in his mind. With his experience, level 60 players should have a chance to succeed and complete the dungeon with a very low success rate. Port Bun posted a new video again. He realized that Port Bun's new video was the 4th episode of the Black Star story. Han Xiao was surprised. He opened the video and roughly watched it. This episode continued the content of the previous episode, showing the second half of this mercenary incident. From Floating Dragon Island to Darkstar's pursuit, and then to the Dragon Emperor's power. Port Bun still could not complete Battle, Power of the Dragon Emperor. He had already given up and had drawn this scene himself. Therefore, what the audience saw was a children's sketch. The colorful hand-drawn kindergarten drawings, coupled with Pork Bun's eloquent description, felt like a salesman holding a salted fish and insisting that it was an imperial sword. The Darkstar mothership saw that they were not friendly, so it screamed and fled in a hurry. Aim stared and yelled, "Hey, don't you dare run." Then, she activated her Esper ability and used Mount-High Crush. She grabbed the Floating Dragon Island beside her and threw it at the Darkstar mothership. All of a sudden, the sky changed color, and the two collided. It was like a rock hitting an egg. The mothership fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Port Bun's tone was as if he was on steroids. His tone was even more excited than a salesman. as if he was narrating the battle of the century. However, the scene was extremely simple. A black matchstick man threw out a golden sphere with a dotted line behind it, which represented the trajectory of the sphere. It hit the black sphere that represented the Dark Star mothership, and then there was an onomatopoeic word, bang, beside it. The words were still red and bold. This person is a F***king genius. I really picked up a ghost. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. As he expected, the density of the comments in this section could be said to be crazy. The audience's desire to complain was maxed out. Luckily, other than this, the scene changed back to a recording. When everyone returned to Uberly Hub, the incident came to an end. What the players saw was only the surface of the matter. They were all kept in the dark about the conspiracy behind Darkstar. Only Han Zhao knew. Other than focusing on the scene of the Dragon Emperor showing her power, Pork Bun's other focus was on the new Black Star mercenary officer, or more accurately, Aroshia. In front of her, the three Volga brothers were completely transparent. After Ames attracted a lot of attention, Aroshia caused another craze. Her looks were even better than Ames, almost perfect. Although she did not have Ames' strength, status, temperament, and so on, she had her own charm. The fact that she had lost her memory made her very lovable and mysterious. Most importantly, she had breasts, and they were very big. As expected, the flat-chested party and the party with the flat chest reignited again. How could one conquer the world with a flat chest? How could one gather people with a flat chest? Although the Dragon Emperor is strong, beautiful, and has long legs, she's flat. White covers all ugliness. Flat destroys everything. Sorry, I've fallen in love with someone else. Not that I want to criticize you guys, but you're really bad. You're all brainless. What's so good about being big? Big is beautiful. These screen-licking monsters split into the Ames party and the Aroshia party, and they were having a great time arguing with each other. Han Zhao was happy to see this. The more intense the argument was, the more popular the topic would be. After all, no matter how they argued, it would not affect him, a male human. After closing the forum, Han Zhao started to think about his next plan of action. This time, I've been through a lot of trouble and gotten involved in a higher-level battle. I've caught the attention of Darkstar. It's best to keep a low profile for a while and accept missions to strengthen my current position. It's also a good time to save money. This time, in order to compress the technology, he had gone through a lot of danger. Han Zhao was not prepared to take any more risks for the time being. He had fame, ability, and connections. His collaborators had provided him with many good missions. He decided to complete these missions one by one and accumulate them step by step. There was no need to rush. Furthermore, he was connected to the players. It was only version 10, and the players' abilities were limited. When the players grew in the next version, the benefits he received from the players would increase exponentially. Returning to the Stronghold Hall, all the players were there. When they saw Han Zhao appear, they all surrounded him. Black Star, when are we going out for the next mission? Mad Blade asked. This group of players have been doing dungeons every day. They were almost bored from staying in the Stronghold. They could not wait any longer. Pack up. We're leaving today. On the way, Han Zhao had accepted an employment invitation from his collaborators. It was not difficult, and the pay was good. Before the next version arrived, he was only prepared to accept such missions to accumulate wealth, strengthen his position, and develop in a low-profile manner. After such a huge incident, he had to maintain his health. Hearing this, the players were energized. They quickly picked up their things. More than 50 armored warriors stood in front of him in an orderly manner. Han Zhao glanced at them, turned around, and walked out with large strides. The players followed closely behind him. Let's go. Han Zhao had decided on his course of action. He accepted the employment invitation from his collaborators and was active in the various star systems of the Shattered Star Ring. After the popularity of Floating Dragon Island died down, the status and reputation of the mercenary group gradually built up through the missions. The Black Star mercenary ran around, busy with one mission after another. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 9 months had passed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.